Hello, hello, Shoggoth Unknown here. And this isn't Elder Scrolls, this is Divinity, Original Sin Enhanced Edition. I was originally planning on playing Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall after Oblivion, but Oblivion took way longer than I anticipated, and I kind of felt like switching gears. And I've been really dying to play this again for quite a while. I played this first, I don't know, a number of years ago. It's been a while. It was before Original Sin 2 came out, and love it. One of my favorite games of the past, 10, 15 years. I think it's an absolute brilliant game. And last year, Captain Copperbeard and I, we started doing a co-op playthrough of this, and we did one session, and that was when he was on his hiatus, and then I took a hiatus like the next week, and this kind of just fell through. So that didn't go so well. This is not going to be a co-op playthrough. This is just going to be me. And yeah, so I kind of have a general idea of what I want to do with my characters. So we're just going to get right into it here in a moment. And I'm going to get started creating these characters because it's going to take a few minutes. And then we'll get right into the story and everything. So I'm really excited about this. This game has a really good story. And really good gameplay. It's a really interesting, really fun experience, and it really exemplifies what makes a good CRPG compared to other kinds of Western RPGs or JRPGs, but especially Western RPGs that like to brag about player choice mattering. This is the kind of game where it really does matter a lot more. And the things you do have much more of an effect on the outcomes of quests and such in ways that you just don't see in a lot of other games, and that's what makes it so enjoyable. I'm going to try my best, we'll see how it goes, I'm going to try my best to play this in a way where I just kind of accept consequences as they happen. So we'll see how that goes, rather than, oh, I didn't like that, let's load and do it again. With some exceptions, there might be some really, something really off the wall happens. But I'm going to try my best to just kind of play this as it is and just accept the story that unfolds. So sometimes that may mean less than optimal outcomes, like somebody dying and then, I don't get to go through and get the full quest reward or something. I don't know. So we'll see how it goes. So anyway, let's get right into it and start up a new game. Let's start character creation, all that. It's gonna take a little bit, but I already kind of put some thought into what I want here. So yeah. And we're gonna switch the camera for this. How you doing today, Tusk? Good to see you here. You have 9,990 channel points. You know what? I actually thought about this the other day, Tusk. I wanted to make like a channel redeem thing that costs 200,000 points or something, or maybe make one that costs 100,000 points just to fuck with you. Make it active like right when you get 200,000. I didn't know what I wanted to do, so I didn't actually do it. But I really thought about it. Okay, single player, and we're gonna go classic mode. So we have explorer mode, which is really just like the easy mode. Classic's kind of normal. Tactician, enemies are harder and smarter. And then honor mode is tactician mode, but it's Iron Man. Right, so it's permadeath. If you die, you lose your save. That's it. Shoggoth does a backflip on stream redeem. Ooh, I'm not gonna do that. It'll land on my fucking face. Or, yeah, you could land on your face doing a backflip. So we're gonna do classic mode, just like the standard difficulty. Gonna go. All right, and the game has me set here as Scarlet. I'm gonna swap them around. I'm going to name my character Shoggoth, so I'm gonna make mine a dude, and then we're gonna switch Scarlet to the second character. Although it's gonna be weird. There's gonna be a bit of redundancy here. So let's see. We're gonna pick Ranger as the starting class for me, and I'm gonna make some changes to it. This might take a few minutes, so bear with me. Oh, look at that beautiful mustache on that portrait there. Okay, the first thing I actually want to do is pick over here. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yo, what is it with this haircut? I can't seem to rotate them. Oh, there we go. What is it with this haircut? They have this in Elder Scrolls too. Like, why would you ever... Yo, just shave your entire head if that's happening. Don't try to fight that. Alright, we're gonna go with this one here. And we're gonna give him the that right there. So now I'm gonna pick a face portrait that matches, or at least attempts to match that. Veteran of the Balding Battle Shog. Yeah, I know a thing or two about it. That's all I'm saying. I saw one that kind of worked. Is that good enough? I mean, it's not really the right color, but... I mean, that looks better. Yeah, we'll go with that. It's like blonde instead of brown, but we'll go with that. I'm gonna hit accept. That way I don't... Sometimes, like, you can click around in a way that you, like, lose your, you lose your customizations. Yeah, no, if it still grew, I would have long hair like this, man. Which draws do I want to wear? We'll go with these. Alright, and what voice?
There must be a way to spring.
Careful, I've spotted a trap.
A whetstone. Quite you.
Perhaps I can detonate that.
There must be a way to spring this trap safely.
Alright. I don't know who Argus is. Argus from Harry Potter. I don't know who that is. Alright, I should not have to worry about an AI personality because this is going to be the person I'm primarily controlling. So I'm not going to do anything there, but I can explain that. Skin color. Golden Touch is probably what I want to go with. It's a bit... Yeah, that's fine. The teacher with his cat. Man, I don't remember. It's been too long since I've seen any Harry Potter. I read the books when they were coming out back in like the 90s, 2000s. I read the first like maybe 4 books as they were releasing. I actually got to read the second book early. One of my friends somehow got an early copy of it from the UK back when I was in 5th grade. And then I remember I got the 3rd book on release day. I was super excited, and I think I read the 4th book, and that's as far as I got. And then I watched most of the movies, but it's been so long, I don't really remember the teacher. I don't remember a lot, to be honest. I'm bad with that kind of stuff, though. So, being a rogue, being a ranger, we're gonna use bows. This is different than what you might expect for me. And we're gonna have expert marksman. I don't want blacksmithing, crafting. Lore Master is good though, so I'm going to leave a point on Lore Master. And we're going to say, we'll probably put one on Charisma, but not yet. I don't think I want any of those, so we're going to, yeah, I'm going to put a point on Charisma. And I might save. I think I'm going to save a point there. So give me error recovery, which I'm going to take that off. I'm going to take bully off of there. And so we have a lot of talents we can pick from here. Far Out Man, that's good, but I'm not going to do that. That's a good option, but we're probably going to get that later. Light Stepper gives you 2 perception bonus for detecting traps and secrets. No, not right now. Maybe later. So here's a fun one. By the way, Tusk, do you know anything about these games? Have you played or seen the Divinity Original Sin games? Because one of the best perks is I'm about to talk, or one of the best talents I'm about to highlight. And this is a cool one if you don't know about this game. Pet Pal enables you to talk to animals. So I'm definitely going to want Pet Pal. Okay, this game is cool. It's a little bit of a slow burner at the beginning. Once we get into the city, but it's so worth it. And it's a really good story. And again, it's a game where like your choices and everything really matter. Really, really do matter. Just gotta pick what I want to start with. I think I'm going to start with Pet Pal so we could talk to animals. And then... Stench decreases everyone's attitude toward you by 25, but melee opponents will find you less attractive in combat. What a Rush increases your turn action points and maximum action points by 2 when your vitality is below 30%. So it's one of those kind of things, yeah, that you have to be super hurt for it to be useful. Know-It-All decreases everyone's attitude by 20, but gives you 1 point in intelligence. Escapist allows you to flee combat even when enemies are right next to you. Elemental Affinity lowers the action point of spells. I'm not going to be doing that on this character. I mean, maybe a little bit, but... Immunity to fear, but you can no longer flee. Okay, I really need to make a decision on the talent here. I mean, I could go for Stench, and that's going to make them less likely to attack me. Sure, I'll do that. So things are going to be less likely to attack me now. So let's balance all of these out. So strength is pretty obvious. It's, you know, strength-based swords, all that good stuff. And your carry weight and throwing and stuff. Dexterity is going to be good for bows and all that, which is going to be what I want. It improves your expert marksman and your scoundrel skills and influences your defense rating. So we're definitely going to want some of that. Intelligence is, you know, spells, that fun stuff. Constitution increases your vitality and your maximum number of action points. It's going to be good. Speed affects your movement speed, initiative, and how many action points you gain per turn. That's going to be really important. And perception affects your critical chance, initiative, start action points in combat, ability to detect traps, and accuracy when shooting over long distances. So we're going to want some dexterity, some perception, and I think probably speed. It's between speed and constitution. if I'm being honest. So Constitution, the max action points are really attractive, but speed is also really attractive. Seeing Johnny Sins on TikTok. Yeah, I saw that. You sent that video earlier. It's not porn or anything. It's literally just him miming some Duke Nukem lines. Now here we have skills and spells that we can basically start with. I'm gonna hit accept. I'm gonna hit accept again. And we're gonna go back into customize just to save my progress a little bit there. So I can pick. I can basically pick what I want to start with here, as long as I meet the requirements for it. So, what do I want to start with? Well, being, you know, ranged, we definitely want some kind of range stuff. So Ricochet is super powerful. Yeah, we'll do Ricochet, which I guess... so it fires an arrow that deals 13 and 19 piercing damage and then forks off to the next target up to 4 times. First aid is... It's meh, but it doesn't heal yourself, I don't think. Ranged power stance can be alright. Let's take a look in here real quick. Yeah, Scoundrel. Determines how many Scoundrel skills you can learn. So what about Scoundrel? Let's take a look. Fast Track become hastened. So that's grayed out. I know it, but I can't use it because I didn't have a point. Now it's not grayed out anymore, see? So we could do that, and then we can do... I'm torn on this last skill. Fast Track, hastened is good. We're only going to have one marksman skill, but Walk in Shadows is going to be really good, and being hastened is going to be really good. So that's that. Let's let me read this just so we can learn about the archers. The archers of the southern peaks need no introductions. Any lost hunters or curious wanderers who happen upon them are made aware of this fact by a swift arrow through the heart. Self-sufficient nomads, the archers have no concern for the affairs of lowlanders and are loath to descend from the sparse mountains they call home. Only once in all history did the tribe deign to join the affairs of the mainland, to fight the ever-encroaching war against the Source King Brachus Rex. Since Brachus' defeat, the archers have once per generation offered their finest soldier to the Order of the Source Hunters in an effort to rout Source before it may ever rise again. These soldiers are unmatchable in Rivellon for their marksmanship and ability to strike unseen like a mountain wind. There we go. So that is gonna be Shoggoth. Now we're gonna make Scarlet over here as our second character. Let me see what Tuss said about the Johnny Sins thing. No. Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah. Battle Mage, Cleric, Enchanter, Fighter. What's the difference between Knight and Fighter? Specialize in war tactics. Brutal warrior and expert in close combat. What do we think? Knight or fighter? Let's see what Knight gives me. It gives me man-at-arms. That's single-handed, so let's go to Knight. Is that two-handed? Yeah, we're gonna go Knight. We're gonna get a two-hander here. But we're gonna build this out as basically the kind of like the character they had already set us up with. It's probably fine. Some of these are bizarre. That'll be good. Just got to find out what profile pick to go with. That's good enough. That is good enough for me. Now we gotta see what kind of draws to give her. Go with the middle one. There we go. The hell are you talking to? Is that a reference to something, Tusk? AI personality. Loyal, random, knight, rascal, maniac, judge, priest, free spirit, no AI. So knight would make sense if we are making her a knight. This is going to be important though, and we're gonna see how this comes into play. A genius reference. We're gonna hit accept just so I don't accidentally lose changes I've made. Okay, so what do they give her starting? They give her speed, constitution, and strength. I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to change any of that. Two-handed is exactly what I want. Man-at-arms is your actual, like, skills as a, right, so expert marksman is like your range skills. Man-at-arms are like your melee type skills. So battering ram and encourage. We'll see if I want to... Do I want to swap encourage out for something else? Like crushing fist. So encourage is actually really good. It can actually be extremely good. But I think I want to do crushing fist instead. I don't know, I may have heard it before, Tusk, but it's just not familiar to me right now. I'm not remembering it. It may be one of those that if I heard it or saw it, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've seen that. I know what that is. Okay, so we have two-handed, good. Armor specialist, improves your armor rating and decreases your heavy armor movement penalty. Okay. Bodybuilding, improves your saving throws against knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. Yeah, Tuss, there are a lot of status effects in this game. Listen to this. We have knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. That's not all. But wait, there's more! Feared, mute, charmed, stunned, cursed, slowed, petrified, decaying touch, mark of death, remorse, and shackles of pain. So yeah, we definitely want men-at-arms. Leadership will give boost to party members and friends that can see you. That's good. I'm fine with none of those having anything. So I don't think I want to change any of that. Opportunist gives you attacks of opportunity. Yes, I definitely want that. And then what a rush. Okay, so do I want something other than what a rush? That's the only question here. Leech could be really good because he heals you when standing in blood, and as a melee fighter, you're going to be standing in blood a lot. Incompatible with Comeback Kid. And Comeback Kid, when an opponent lands the blow that should kill you, Comeback Kid will leave you with 1 health so long as you had more than 1 left. Ooh, I'm not sure. Maybe we will go with Water Rush. The only problem I have with that is I don't want to have low health to get benefit from it. Thick Skin gives you extra armor equal to your Man-at-Arms ability plus 5. See, that's good. And I'm gonna get Man-at-Arms leveled up to max. So maybe I go with that. It's not the best, it's just a passive bonus. But, yeah, let's try that. And I can do Cure Wounds, and that works for her and Shoggoth. And then we could do Battering Ram and Crushing Fist. Now, voice.
What could that have done?
Look out! I see.
Fool.
I may have a blade or two that could use a honing.
The knight was one of many in his clan, yet he is the last who remains. The House of Stormgrave offered countless fearless fighters for the protection of the realm, and they were widely revered for their prowess in battle and the righteousness of their swords. Indeed, so much were they admired that lesser lords grew green with envy. One among them refused to be second loved among the armies or second honored by the queen, and so hatched a plan to undo the so-called House of Heroes. The Lord ordered a terrible act, the pillaging and destruction of a small and peaceful town. Through careful manipulations, the wicked Lord succeeded in fingering the knights of the House of Stormgrave as the culprits. All were tried, all found guilty by a corrupted judge, and all hanged. The knight, a mere child at the time, never forgot the gravity of the injustice. The mark of the House of Stormgrave, the House of Heroes, was upon the youth already. And as the child's strength and honor grew, so did his desire for justice. Now the knight rides, a source hunter, leading the unrelenting charge against those who would inflict base misdeeds upon innocents. All right, I guess this is what we're going with. Are we ready? Have I missed anything? I hope not. Because this is our setup. YOLO. Are you sure you are done with character creation for all your characters? Yes. Oh, wait, no. One thing. I don't know about the knight personality. Loyal, free spirit, maniac, rascal. I'd be between knight and loyal. I don't know exactly how they're going to behave. I'm going to go with Knight. That's the last thing I wanted to confirm. So we'll talk about that AI personality once we're in the game. Once it becomes relevant. And yeah. All right, you ready? Let's fucking do this.
In the days of old, the sorcerers of Riverlong cured the sick and healed the wounded through a great power called Source. But a terrible darkness invaded the land, and Source was forever tainted. The sorcerers who once healed now only destroy, and madness has overtaken them. A few brave source hunters are all that stand between Riverlon and the dark power that threatens to destroy it. Wherever source appears, hunters follow.
Rise and shine, Master Source Hunters. The captain wants you up on deck. Hear them gulls? Means we're close to shore. I don't ever you go in there, Master Source Hunters. City's full of undead, hungry enough for blood. But you're supposed to investigate that murder, ain't you? They say it's Source that did the Counselor in. Source in a city like Cyseal, nowhere safe anymore. Here they are, Captain Sir.
God's blessings on you, hunters. You'll be happy to hear we've reached Cyseal. But there's trouble offshore, so we'll have to sail in carefully. Here, have a look. Those are Orc ships, and they're blocking our passage. We'll get you as close to the city as we can, and drop you off in the beach. Be wary now. Orcs are on the attack. Undead have closed every route out, and there's a sorcerer on the loose. If we're to get justice for the Counselor, you'll have to keep your wits about you. May the luck of the gods be with you both, Source Hunters.
And there's our intro. Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition. I love it. Such a good game, though. And here we are. First things first, I'm gonna save. Because if something goes wrong and you know, we crash or whatever, I don't like that. Also, that was 23 minutes of character creation, apparently. That doesn't seem right. I guess I sat on the title screen and talked for a bit. So, I'm not going to go over mechanics and stuff until they become relevant, but we do have full, like, control. We could zoom in. It's not a fixed perspective, but I will often treat it as a fixed perspective. Just because it works for me. So, one of the cool things is you can actually move the boxes and stuff around. They're not actually baked into the environment.
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning nor mercy.
This music is nice, isn't it? Music's got my pee-pee rising. We're picking up all the shells, all the seashells. So we actually start with the Resurrect Scroll and a couple fire arrows, which is nice. Yo, Mongolian throat singing kicks ass. Hell yeah, Tusk. I can sometimes...
What's it doing here alone?
What? Did you expect it to have an entourage?
I can sometimes do it. I don't really have the technique down, but sometimes I can like break into the throat singing. Traveler's Journal. We're gonna have to look at that. We have the Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. Let's take a look at this journal. Junar 21st. Rejoice, for the statues have granted my wish. Their whimsical nature, however, must not be taken lightly, so before I soar through the sky like an eagle, I shall attempt a mere hop from the cliffs down at the beach. This should be a small feat for the man that can fly. If this experiment is successful, the sun shall be my next target. And, yeah, I don't think he made it. Oh. So now they want to talk.
Can you believe this? The man jumped off a cliff at the behest of some statues, of all things.
Well, great deeds require the occasional leap of faith. I myself might have done the same.
True enough. History is made by those willing to risk it all.
Now, what does that give? Watch over our heads. It gave us romantic +1. What does that mean? So on our character sheet here, we can go to traits, and you can be pragmatic, which increases crafting, or you can be romantic, which increases the lucky charm trait. So sometimes dialogue choices in conversation will affect these traits, and there's going to be a bunch more, right? There's a scroll bar here. It doesn't do anything yet. But there's going to be a bunch of these traits, and they can affect things in very interesting ways and actually be really useful. Because if you manage them well, if you min-max them, you can get effects from these traits that mean you don't have to spend actual, like, skill points and stuff. Oh, nice. You don't I was like, wait, I see that on the minimap. You don't have to spend actual skill points if you manage your traits correctly, but that is min-maxing, and a lot of times it can require, like, save scumming or whatever to do it, and I'm going to try to avoid that. But it doesn't mean, like, you know, I can pick things based on a way that I think might work out for me. I can still do that, but I'm going to try to avoid the whole save scumming thing, even though I love it. I love save scumming so much. And we got our first fight.
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Madam Conduit. So they have a stone and they're taking it to the temple.
Seize upon our enemies.
And yeah, we got our first fight here. So what do we want to do? There's a few things we can do. It is turn-based, so just to outline how this works, these little balls here, these green dots. The green dot in the middle is you, Snake. Now these green dots are your action points. So we have 8 action points here. And you can see this thing here takes 4 AP. This here takes 3 AP. This takes 2 AP. If I were to use this scroll, it would take 6. Moving takes different amounts of AP, right? So I can run all the way over here for 8 AP if I wanted. I could run back here if I wanted. Whatever. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna hasten myself. It says 90% chance. So I'm hastened. And then I'm going to use Ricochet, because that can hit all of the enemies. Right, it says it forks off to the next target up to 4 times within 8 meters. So we're gonna say, bop, just hit all of them. And now I don't really have anything I want to do that only costs 2 AP, so I'm going to end my turn and save that. Now here, we would much prefer Scarlet here to be up in the fight, because she's the melee fighter, she's the one with all the health. She has 71 health. I have 59. So one of the ways we can do that is by using battering ram. And I can actually... I don't think I can get it in a way that can hit all 3. Oh, I can! That will leave me... Shoggoth, that will leave me open, though. Or not, because they died. Haha, brilliant. But I need 4 AP to do an attack on this guy, so we're going to end turn. And so yeah, he's knocked down now, so we're just going to squeeze on him. Just like that. First fight's out of the way.
Their leader said something about escaping with a stone.
Stolen from this dungeon, I imagine. Can we get inside?
Those thieves were more than petty criminals. Their leader gave life to the dead. What stone could they have been so keen on taking?
We can't well turn away from... Wait, I think he's going to read it, but we'll find out. We can't well turn away from such an odious show of source. Let's investigate the tomb and see what answers it might reveal.
Until we're briefed on our intended investigation, every wasted moment is an outright defiance of our orders.
Because she's a knight. Obedient and independent. I definitely think I want independent. I think that's the better one. It gives you willpower. Obedient gives you willpower if somebody with leadership is in sight. Oh, because then you rely on somebody else, right. But independent just gives you willpower on its own. I like that. So we get some cloth bracers and some gold. So we can... I have some traveling bracers. These cloth bracers have more durability. I have Zandalor's trunks as well. They go in the belt slot. Your grandmother always did advise you to buy underpants that breathe, after all. So we'll see what that's about soon enough. And why don't we do a little bit of reading? I don't know how long this is. It's pretty short. We'll read about the Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. When Source was tainted so many centuries ago, sorcerers who had once brought great good began to wield a force of evil. When one of their kind, Brachus Rex, came to power, he instigated a war that would have undone Rivellon if not for the Council of Seven. These wise rulers ordered a new order of elite warriors especially trained to fight the Source menace. Brachus was defeated and the Order of the Source Hunters began its legacy. Our objective is to eradicate the Source menace from Rivellon, one sorcerer at a time. Recognizing Source. Unlike other forms of magic, Source is particularly difficult to identify. Mages of many years' experience may learn to sense the presence of Source, as others smell the sick sweet scent of poison, or hear the barely perceptible scrape of a sword loosened from its hilt. Source may be channeled through certain objects, weapons, gems, or metals. These are unpredictable as Source itself, and may inflict terrible harm or magnificent feats of healing upon either wielder or target. Methodology of the Source Hunter. Ours is an order of cunning and cleverness as much as strength and power. The well-trained Source Hunter will examine a question, lift every barrel, and analyze each testimony for the faintest breath of a clue. Nothing is insurmountable. If some knot puzzles you, mark its location upon your map and return to it when you learn a better method of untangling it. There are no limits to a Source Hunter's resolve. No riddle is unknowable, no foe unbeatable, no mystery unsolvable. So then... I think F5 is quick save. We're going to make a new hard save. And then I'm going to try... Yeah, okay, F5 is quick save. Standard button. So, they advised me to go in here, so we'll just go straight in here. I could go do other things, but let's just do this by the books for now. Now remember, I have a talent called Pet Pal.
Oh, how nice to meet your acquaintance. We rats may be small, but that makes it all the easier to keep our ears to the ground. Friendly-wise, I'd say we rodents are the best friends an adventurer can make.
So I just talked to a rat. Every animal in the game that you know, is reachable has dialogue. Also that vase, I can move it.
This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken.
This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken.
This seems to be broken.
Hey guys, it's broken. I think I can put the candles out. Yeah. Doesn't really affect the lighting much. It actually did a little bit. So we have a locked chest. We'll look into that shortly.
This seems to be broken.
And I don't think we have any key around here, do we? So, what was that dialogue out of nowhere? Those are Zandalor's trunks. My underwear, basically, are talking to me. Make of that what you will. Yeah, like, the lighting does affect the environment a little bit, but I think it's baked in. I don't think there's any real lighting going on here. A potato? Hell yeah. Dude, potatoes kick ass. I don't know if you know that. Thunder jump scroll. So anybody can use scrolls, basically. You know, you don't have to be a certain class, or you don't have to have certain skills to use a scroll.
Careful, there's a mine in the middle of our path.
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept here.
Alright, so what can we do about that mine? Well, she could throw pretty far, so we can actually throw that barrel and blow the mine up. Although I wish I had opened that. We still got the wheat anyway. Oh, we can see through the ground a bit right there. It's unfortunate. Yeah, go for it, Tusk. What's up? What's it from? This seems
to be broken.
Tomb chest key. Game kind. It's actually under the vase. So by holding Alt, it tells you all the things you can pick up. But if I hang on. Path block. So if I zoom way in, let's move the vase, and yeah, there's the key. An aged robe and a flyagaric mushroom. What is that from, Tusk? Tusk just sent some very interesting lyrics about,
Probably more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
just sent some very interesting lyrics about eating shampoo, calling a poison control number, being advised what to do. We have another book here. The Adventurer's Field Guide. Now, I'm not a lumberjack, but I can get a good strong stick out of any log with my trusty axe whenever I'm in need of one. Some weird geezers have been asking for the wood chips on the floor after I've chopped up some logs, and I just let them. I have no idea what to do with those. So, watch when I close this now. New recipe, wood chips. So, there is crafting. We can loot this. It's got old parchment. You can also... no. Okay. What's this rat have to say? It's the same as the other one. Okay.
This is where the ancient kings and queens of Cyseal were buried, back before Source was banished from the land. I hear voices muttering about it now and then. Is that normal?
We have a cooking pot.
This seems to be broken.
Almost done looting this room. I do want to get as much as I can right now. A bit of a hoarder. We have lockpicks, so we can attempt to pick this. Or how hefty is that? That's 500 health. So if I attack it, it has 17 health. So we'd be here for a while trying to break it. How's my weapon doing? Durability 53 of 60. 52. 51. So it's taking 1 durability from every attack. That kind of sucks. So we'll try to pick the lock. And we have a cloth cap and a poison flask. Pretty cool stuff. Let's put the cap on. And let's go ahead and get out of this room. Pretty much good to go there. So this is where perception comes in. So if we look over here, there's clearly like a thing going on. This is clearly something special. It looks like a door, right? If I walk a little bit closer,
I spotted something.
we get knowledge of that button. For this, I'm going to break the door.
We made short work of that door, but I don't imagine our weapons would survive such use for long.
Yeah, so don't break all your doors and stuff unless you have a good way to repair. Because that will come back to bite you if you're not careful. So we have a rain scroll. That could possibly be useful, yes. We also have a water barrel. So we have multiple ways that we can handle this. Basically, you know, we step on this fire, we're gonna get hurt, right? So another thing I could do is, say, shoot this water barrel and see what happens. It might be sitting on top of something, but it doesn't seem like it. Now, for Scarlet here, what do you mean not enough strength? Oh, because water is heavy, right. So we'll just have her pop that. There, see? And we have steam as well. There's a bunch of steam there. It'll go away momentarily. So there's actually a form of combat in this game known as barrelmancy. And barrelmancy is a special type of magic that allows you to fight using barrels. And it's something we can't do quite yet. I mean, you actually can, but we didn't set ourselves up for it. What it relies on telekinesis. With telekinesis, you can move items from a distance. The higher your telekinesis score, the heavier the items you can telepathically lift, and the farther you can move them. So telekinesis is a good way to do barrelmancy. And what it literally is, what you actually do for barrelmancy, is you fill up like a container, like a barrel or a chest, with a bunch of items. No, don't. Okay. Don't step on the trap. Let me check this. We have a key, and we got into the chest. Good. There's also a trap disarm kit, but we're gonna save that. We don't need to disarm the mine. But anyway, fill up a container with a bunch of items, and it actually, the weight of that container affects the damage that it does if you drop it on somebody. So that's the idea of barrelmancy. It's not actually like an official thing in the game. Like, there's no stat or anything for barrelmancy. But what people do is...
What's this I've spotted?
Ooh, what is this? Okay, we'll go that way later. But what people do is they fill things up and they just run around with like a super heavy barrel, and they use that to get all their kills, and you can like one-shot super tough enemies and stuff because of how overpowered it is. No idea what that did. Alright, what was over this way? Okay, a knockdown arrow. So, archers, like myself, we don't have, you know, I mean, you can get magical skills, right? I can go to abilities, and I can put points into Geomancer, Hydrosophist, or something if I want. But a pure archer, not having magic skills, it's fine because you can use fire arrows, we have knockdown arrows, we have all the cool stuff here. Let's see, I don't see any other ones, but there are definitely more, and there's some interesting arrows that don't have right now. What's going on? St. Nicholas Stew. Rat's tail. Okay, so thing is, there's not a lot of good ways to get through this. I don't think I want to use a fireball scroll. 15 to 19 damage. So I do want to use a fire arrow. This is the kind of thing that I want to just use it. Let's see how it works. I want to make sure it works right with an arrow. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So poison and fire interact. So where there's poison, you can use fire as a way to blow it up, essentially, and it's very effective on enemies. And there are very interesting things you can do with that.
I don't know much, but I do know this. Wherever black robes tread, chaos follows.
All right, thank you for the info. A carrot? Dude, carrots kick... I had a shit ton of carrots this morning. Carrots kick ass. And so here we have another case where we have poison, but I happen to know that...
What's this I've spotted?
Yeah. There's another way through this. So... Oh, look at the text here. Arthritis my skull. When Ragequin sees this, he'll tear you apart. There's a conversation going on between a mummy and... I don't know. So what we can do is cover that thing up, and that's actually dispensing the poison, so we've stopped it from dispensing the poison now. And we're free to walk up here. As long as those don't get destroyed. This is another one of those things where you can use that to your advantage.
I've spotted something interesting.
You could definitely use that to your advantage if there are enemies around. And like flood them with poison or something, but you might have to get lucky, or you might have to really set up the fight ahead of time. So we got 2 Summon Wolf Scrolls, which that is not guaranteed there. That was a lucky charm find. That's why here it says
I think I hear voices downstairs.
Shoggoth got a lucky find.
To surprise another angry summoner.
And the reason we have that again is because our traits here, the romantic trait gave us 1 lucky charm. Alright, so we can actually do stealth in this game as well. If I press C, I turn into a rock. And we walk around as rocks. And then enemies have vision cones.
What's that? I think there are hidden foes ahead.
And as long as you stay out of those vision cones, you're good. Now, what they were just talking about, I don't get a tooltip or anything, but there's oil on the ground right there. And if we actually, yeah, if we look at the mummy here, it says at the top, it says oiled. So what does oiled tell you? It tells you that I should probably see about doing something like that. Now, interestingly enough, she, no, she's in the combat as well. Okay. So we have a 60% chance of hitting. How do I want to handle this? Ricochet.
Seven have mercy on your soul.
There we go. And yeah, I beat Oblivion, yeah. I thought, weren't you here the other day? I don't remember. I thought you were. So not much is gonna happen here. Scoot in. Don't want to get on the fire. Okay, yeah, he died. So he just took burning damage and died.
Do you like shiny gems as much as those other fellows? I admit the king's stone was pretty, but hardly as tasty as a nice crumb of stale bread. Oh well, whatever tickles your whiskers.
Now, what I said at the start today was that I was originally going to play Elder Scrolls 2 next, but Oblivion took way longer. It took, you know, way too long, honestly, and I kind of got a little burned out on playing more Elder Scrolls right now, even though I like Elder Scrolls 2 more. I was like, yeah, I want something different. 'Cause Elder Scrolls 3 kind of beasted through that a lot quicker. But it is a much less grindy game than 4, and the combat's much faster. Elder Scrolls 3 is much less focused on combat, which is part of why I like it more. So we could do this in 2 ways. Well, actually, no, we can't. We kind of can. Can just put these down. I was thinking of something else. And an arrow shaft. Shaft. See, arrow shaft is good stuff because see, we have a stunning arrow head, so we can actually use those. Can I do that? I don't really have much crafting ability, and by that I mean I don't have any. Yeah, so we can't do that. That's fine. I intentionally did not want crafting ability, because if we're going to do crafting, we can do it in a different way later. A little bit of meta knowledge there. Yeah, that's one thing. You're talking about a different game. I'm just saying this for the benefit of, you know, chat not being on screen. So you're talking about a different game, but you're talking about you just hit level 18, max level's 20. That's one thing I don't like about this game. Has a little bit of that going on, where your max level is actually quite low. I always like being able to hit, you know, really high levels. I like big numbers. So what we learn about here is we can separate the characters, and I've been swapping between them a little bit, but we can control them completely separately. I can in fact have my character go way over here. They're off doing their own thing. They're not going to follow each other, so there's a chain linking them, and I broke that chain so I could then you know, command them separately so we could get through that little puzzle. Not such a difficult puzzle by any means, but teaches you. This dungeon is designed to teach a new player. Saving. Hello, Rage Quinn.
A living rat dares disturb the slumber of the dead. A thieving fool insults the sanctity of the grave. The bloodstone defiler, where is it?
I met a trio of strange cult-like figures before the entrance of this tomb. They seem to have a precious stone in their possession.
Strange indeed. Robed indeed. Your tricks will not save you from retribution, deceiver. The Bloodstone, deliver it now, and I may deign to end you quickly.
Bloodstone? I know not what you mean.
I suppose you only crept among these sacred tombs for leisure. I suppose you had no lust for the treasure of the dead. Ha!
Who are you?
In life, I toil to care for these holy grounds. In death, I protect them from profaners and poachers. The legacy of Cyseal is mine to preserve. Her traitors are mine to destroy.
I'll take my leave.
Run if you like, defiler. Whichever way you take leads you to the grave.
Alright, we'll see about it. We're gonna start off with fast track. And I'm gonna ricochet because it's a free multi attack basically. And do I want to move back a little bit? We're gonna move back just about as far as I can on 1 AP. We're gonna save 1 AP. Now here we want to do battering ram. I like that. See, we killed one. I'm going to save my AP rather than moving closer to him for now. Oh, look at that. Nice dodging. So he's knocked out for 1 turn. I can do 2 attacks on this guy. Dude. Okay, there's a problem. Let me hit B. We can make it a little easier. Damn. Sometimes when they move around... There we go, nice. Sometimes when they move around, it can actually make it where your mouse is over the enemy, and then they like... Their animation turns them right before you click, and so your character starts walking. And it can really screw up your turn if you're not careful. Alright, now we gotta deal with this. So an enormous fist smashes your enemy and knocks them down, deals 5 to 6 crushing damage. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Haha! Alright. Let's see. Yeah, this is fine. But it's not over yet.
Never dies, fool. Death in 1,000 forms rules all.
It's not over yet, brother. No? No? Ooh, you done messed up walking up here. %, or I can get a guarantee. It's 14 to 21. What is my bow? 12 to 19. Yeah, we'll go with the ricochet because it's guaranteed. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. No damage yet. We have not needed to heal yet. How many times have you played this? You just said this is all very familiar. Wondering how many times you've done this, or if it's just because you have done this once.
Here lies Master Master Ragequin's second apprentice, killed by dying. Here lies Master Ragequin's first apprentice, killed by a falling corpse.
Alrighty. So we did get a two-handed practice sword. We're going to send that to Scarlet. 22 to 28 damage versus 33 to 42. There is one thing to note here. This it's made for a level 2 character. So it actually costs 1 extra AP to attack. Notice the +1 due to level difference. So once we hit level 2, that'll drop back down to 4 AP. But the sword is pretty significantly better than the previous one, right? I mean, its durability is slightly less, but its minimum damage is more than the existing one's max damage. So definitely makes sense to switch. I mean, you could argue, though, that it might be better to wait until level 2. And now we're out. There's your water, Tusk. I know you like your water. We walk back down here, we are back to where we entered the temple, which is actually where I want to be. Access the optional tutorial area by entering the dungeon behind you. That was interesting. I triggered that, even though I've done the optional tutorial area. So we can actually come down here and loot all kinds of things now. We could have done this before I went in, but I decided to do it as they presented it. And this is, we get experience for finding these. This is just a waypoint shrine. It's a teleporter. And you can teleport between waypoint shrines, basically. Or teleport to waypoint shrines. They're a lot of fun, though. A guitar. I'm finna start jamming. Yeah, it may seem absurd, but I'm gonna pick up every shell I come across. Oh, here we are. Look at this here. We got a shovel. So we can dig this up. And an old wooden air wand and a skull. Nice. Use Smelts at Volume 3.
Well, I was really hoping to find something better.
I mean, branches can be useful. We might learn about that in the book I just picked up. I don't think I read Fun with Fluids, did I? So did we read this one? No. We did, rather. Fun with Fluids. If you've ever tried consuming a Guipina mushroom, you know full well what manner of effect it will have. Most Rivellonian mushrooms have some sort of effect on the human body, and their essence can be squeezed into potions to enhance their effects. Combining mushroom-based potions has similar effects. And we learned how to make fire resistance potions. Now, here, He Who Smelts at Volume 3. Rumor has it that orc smiths make their great axes with 2 pieces of steel. Most men shouldn't carry such a large weapon, let alone swing it, so few attempt the forging process. Two-handed swords can be crafted in a similar manner using twin pieces of iron instead of steel. A sword, as long as a man is high, it takes quite the broad sort to wield such a thing. Okay, I read that strangely. A sword, as long as a man is high. It takes quite the broad sword to wield such a thing. So we learned how to make superior two-hand sword and axe. And I think I already said it, but it may seem absurd how I'm just picking up every shell, but I mean, the money adds up, maybe, but yeah, it's whatever, right? Got experience just for getting over here.
Look! A wanderer comes my way, walking the sands upon which this poor shell must suffer.
Who are you, Sir Shell?
Call me Ishmashell, son of the sea, an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell, doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native, tender water.
It seems strange that you can talk.
Of course I can talk, don't be silly. There's more tongue to me than heart. Indeed, the surprise should be mine, for I still remember the days when your kind swung from branches and plucked the vermin out of their nameless fur.
You don't seem to remember the past very fondly.
Time is an indulgent mistress to one who spends happy hours as she passes. But when your existence is one of misery, she becomes a lethargic hobby. Oh, I remember ancient times, for I have lain here since antiquity, when the ruins around us were palaces, and the sun-bleached dead merry children. All this I have seen, alive, alone, alas.
You said that you were doomed.
My fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean? Of course they can hear her, the brats. We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so desperately long for.
So it's the sea's embrace you long for.
Yes, yes, I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water, swing me as far as your arm's strength gives release, and treasure long sunk I will grant thee.
I should decide what to do with you.
What do you say, kind knight? Will you return the King of Pearls to the sea, so he may yield you long-lost treasure?
Kindness is its own reward, and then there shall be and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
Agreed. Let's send him home.
Oh, because she's a knight, she's honorable.
Liberator, kind benefactor, bless me the might of your sea-bound image. The sea, I have returned, where every wave feels like a mermaid's kiss. May the bounty of the deep be yours, along with my eternal gratitude.
Whoa. And we get Mermaid's Kiss, which gives us water resistance and health. So I am going to give that over to Scarlet, because she could use it more than I. Because she'll be the one that's in direct combat. Now it acts as if she's hurt because it gave her the extra health. So we'll cure. Alright, there we go. First quest done. Experience. We have 1120 out of 2000 experience. So that's when we're going to level up, is when we hit 2000. So we're about halfway to level 2. We'll be there before you know it. So I just made a comment. I don't think I've really talked about it. So let's take a look at altruistic first, and then we'll get on that topic, just so I can explain the system, and then we'll see more of it as the game goes on, I'm sure. So if you're altruistic, your reputation's increased by 2. If you're egotistical, your bartering is increased by 1. So you could metagame it by deciding, do I want reputation or do I want bartering? But what that means is, let's look at the example, is your abilities, personality. Bartering is a skill. So if you make every choice to be egotistical, you can get bartering, you can have that free bartering, essentially, and not have to actually spend the point on it, right? Or points. I believe if you get multiple points in it, that instead of getting 1 point of bartering, you'll get more than 1 point, right? You'll get like 2 or 3 points or something if you go egotistical enough. So the way to metagame it is, instead of spending those points on bartering, you actually pick those choices and just make sure you keep your character in that alignment on that trait. But that requires prior knowledge or save scumming. That's really the only way there is to do that. But the reason I brought this up in terms of the mechanic with the character personality that I haven't talked about is because she is making those choices on her own, and it's based on the knight personality that I gave her. If I had given her no AI, then I would have to pick her dialogue options as well, which is kind of, that would be really metagamey on my part, where I could then have both characters doing different things sometimes, or having both characters choose the same things and just kind of always getting my way, getting things to work out exactly as I want. In this case, it makes, even though I'm in control of her, it makes her kind of do a little bit of stuff on her own, and it probably makes things a little more interesting in the long run. There's going to be times where we disagree, and that's going to add a whole new layer to things, which we'll see eventually. Of crafting and cooking with Maradino.
Hold it right there, Orc scum! No one slips past the Legion unchallenged.
So if we look at the top, Junius and Bibius, and they're both drunk. We could also barter with them. They sell a fuse. What's going on?
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me. Not a single orc in sight, you know.
All right.
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Cyseal.
Who are you?
We're Legionnaires, of course. On the lookout for orcs, for they've been attacking from the sea. God knows why they do it, but we stand firm. We of the Legion, liberators of Rivellon.
Liberators of liquor too, aren't we, old chum?
Yeah, it looks like you've had plenty of liquor.
Shh! Just pipe down, will you, Bibius?
So, you're liberators, you say?
Aye. A noble word for watchdog, that. For that is what we do. Watch over the local dogs that ever so often aim for one another's throat, and separate them to keep the peace. Separate by the sword, that is.
Best way to calm a wily dog is to neuter it. Ha! Spay for pay. Legion's motto.
Just put a sock in it, will you, Bibius?
Seems you've been enjoying a drink or two.
Ever cat the watch? Stood on the lookout for hours on end, bored stiff. Boredom's a demon, buddy, and booze is the demon hunter. There. I do declare it's time for this hunter to take another shot. Huzzah!
I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
Tell me about those orcs.
Bunch of barbaric bastards, a lot of them. They'll kill your spouse and eat your children. We've been putting up a fight against them, to be sure, but they have the strength of an ox in every single one of their fingers. Takes an army to dress down a dozen.
Well, we did bring a legion.
Just bite your lip, will you, Bibius?
I believe we're close to Cyseal.
Cyseal, yes. Where fishermen come to live and street dogs come to die. Now, which of the two would you be, then?
Just cut the cackle, will you, Bibius? Now then, stranger. If it's the city of Cyseal you're looking for, you're heading in the right direction. Even though most folks are trying to escape rather than reach the damn place these days. Not that I could blame them. This place is cursed, I tell you. First the dead rise from their graves, and then entire tribes of orcs sound the trumpets of war. You take to the rifle less.
And what about Counselor Jake?
So, it's Jake you're looking for. Ship sailed on that one, I'm afraid. Fellow's dead. Murdered.
What can you tell me about the murder?
Can't tell you much more, except that I heard he was found face down in a puddle of blood, being used as a water fountain by his own pet mongrel.
Well, that sucks, doesn't it?
They say 'twas his wife that did it, and I'd bet a bottle of brandy they're right. A devilish flirt, that one.
As if that proves anything. Just keep your trap shut, will you, babies?
We are Source Hunters. We are here on Source Hunters business. Here are our orders.
So, you're Source Hunters, are you? And how are we supposed to verify that's true? We can't read, my friend. So for all we know, those papers say you're a polymorph parrot on the lookout for a 2-bedroom birdcage. They don't prove a thing.
You know what? We'll take you two to the wizard. I know he reads. He has books large as a house, that one. Yeah, he'll squeeze the truth out of you, one way or another.
The wizard, you say? Sounds good to me. Lead the way.
Agreed. A wizard is bound to know more about what is going on around here.
Captain, come along. We're not far from the
Hey, we
sea.
leveled up. Yo. Oh, wait, there was dialogue. But I didn't hear it. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Oh, it's weird. I didn't speak it out loud. That sucks. Oh, thank heavens, something.
Would you, Julius? My throat's dry.
Crafting and cooking with Meridino.
Single malt, imported all the way from Hawkesbury, you know. It ain't the local pig swill they sell for ale.
Single malt, my stubbly arse. You've been had by one of them smooth-talking salesmen again. Come, give here before I sober up.
Let's take a look at this crafting book. Crafting and Cooking with Meridino, a guide for urban and feral bachelors. Part 1, The Bachelor's Guide to Crafting. Because girls will put ribbons and bows on your clubs and axes. Meridino the All-Knowing. Whether you're lost in a metropolis or the untrodden wilds, a proper bachelor can craft all he needs to survive an orc ambush or a singles ball. Let's have a look at some of Meridino's classics. A good arrow starts with its shaft. You can make your own arrow shafts out of any tree branch. All it takes is a knife. Then create your own special arrowheads to really surprise the enemy, but we'll leave that for another chapter. If you think a dagger takes you too up close and personal to an ugly enemy's face, try sticking it at the end of a tree branch so you can poke him from a bit of distance. If you're not the stabbing type, glue 2 branches together and you got yourself a staff. Part 2, The Bachelor's Guide to Cooking. Because girls' dishes take ages and come with too many vegetables. Meridino the All-Perceiving. Prepare yourself for the most versatile dish around, one that I've dubbed the Sicilian Pie. All you need is a wheel of dough and whatever toppings take your fancy. Flesh, fish, or those funny mushrooms, yours is the choice. Urban bachelors, prepare your pie and slide it in the oven. Feral bachelors, prepare your pie and heat it over a low fire. You can't go amiss with the Cysealian Pie, the ultimate bachelor sustenance. The delicious smell may attract hungry, savage creatures. Meridino cannot be held responsible for the death of pie-baking feral bachelors. Here are some of Meridino's favorites. First off, prepare your dough. All it takes is some flour and water. This is your base ingredient for bread, but you can turn it into cheese bread dough with cheese or Cysealian pie dough with fish, or even a pizza with pizza sauce. To make pizza sauce, just smash a tomato with a hammer for all I care. Ha! Now watch this. Watch all these ingredients, or these new recipes we just learned. Shit's just gonna be popping up for like 30 seconds. Pizza dough. Dough. Dough, because there's different ways to make dough. Cyseal fish pie. Fish pie dough. Elemental quarterstaff. Superior spear. Yo, we got recipes out the ass. So if we go to the crafting menu, we could look at recipes. And we could see That's interesting, yeah. It's telling us about some of these here as well. But we see the different dough recipes. All that fun stuff. Crafting system in this game, there's a lot going on. Alright. Oh, another thing. We leveled up. So, we gotta level up real quick. We gotta do our stats and all that. I'm thinking I'm gonna put another point into dexterity, maybe. Whoops. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna put another point into dexterity. Actually, let me take a look at abilities. No, okay, no, it's not until next level we get another talent, and I think I know what talent is gonna be. I think I know which one I definitely want. So as for now, we have 1 point we can spend here. And I don't know if I want to actually spend it on anything. Because we need multiple points to be able to get anything up to level 2. So I think I'm going to save that ability point. Dexterity would make me better with bows and all that fun stuff, which obviously makes sense. Constitution would be more action points. I think I'm going to do dexterity, because it's really important. Now, as for Scarlet, let's see, her movement's down, and I think that's because of, yeah, because of her gear. And she's going to have the same problem. For her, Armor Specialist would help that out, but I don't have the second point yet. I think it's going to make sense to just save this point for now. But over here, we can give her even more strength. I think that's a good move for now. Just make her really strong. Offense rating goes from 91 to 97. Damage didn't seem to change, though. But yeah, I think that's good. Alrighty. So that is that. We are level 2 already. Just progressing so fast, aren't we? Let's go ahead and make save. And I will pause this for a moment. I guess it's paused. And I'm going to take this as an opportunity to go get something to drink, because the drink I started with was, it's empty. It's gone. It's done. So I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in 3 minutes or so with new drink. I'll be refreshed and ready to go. And we're almost at Cyseal, so we get to go into the city itself and do some fun stuff. And yeah, there will be a can opening. So I will catch you guys on the other side here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Let's get that can opening going. Oh no! Camera died! Hang on, I can fix it this time. I know how to fix it. Watch this. Watch this, is magic. Actually, I gotta do some fuckery behind the scenes. Hang on. In order to do it without switching my scene, I gotta do some fuckery. Well, at least this worked last time this happened. Yeah, there we go. Look at that, beautiful. Let me click back to where I need to be. So there we go. Alrighty, let's do this opening. let's get this thing going, and then let's get back to the game. I don't know if that one was good or not, but hope you enjoyed it. I hope it rustled your jimmies a little bit. That would be all I want. Okay, let's get back into the game, alright? Ah, delicious. We have mushrooms over here, though. We gotta loot everything. And I'm lucky because I kind of know which direction I want to go. So it's very easy for me to take the right way. Something's happening.
What the hell is happening down there? Orcs? Bloody orcs!
I was controlling the wrong character there.
Let's go back to the bridge that the source hunters had led back through.
Old standard issue bow. Yeah, there's shit going down there. I don't want to waste too much time. This is a better bow. All right, let's see what we can do here. All right. So this is ripe for me to do. We're gonna do fast track as usual, hasten myself, and we're gonna do ricochet. This is really ripe for that because it's gonna let me hit all these guys at once. I'm gonna assume they can take out that trooper, so I'm not gonna worry about him. Beautiful. And we're gonna save the rest of my AP. I like how you clipped that. I also think it's funny because I titled the stream "In the Mood for Some Cheese," and there's an in-game reference. This is why we're gonna hear it in the next few minutes, actually, maybe in the next 15-20 minutes. Ooh, they hit me. Oh, you're gonna regret that, buddy. You're gonna regret walking that close to Scarlet. She can do the battering ram. Oh, yes. Don't fuck with her. I could have her throw a grenade. It's a little risky. I think I'm gonna not. I'm gonna save the rest of her AP. No, that's 100%. I could do 2 attacks. I would use that. I would use that oil barrel to our advantage, but it's not. I've not been presented a good opportunity, so I don't want to get overzealous and just blow it up for no reason. I think we're in a pretty good shape here to take these guys down. Except that guy's really going after me. Shit. I was hoping that guy would stayed where he was. That black cultist. We need to get him. Alright, so what we have now is we have... Hang on. Does it say 105%? So we can use this on the cultist. And he's knocked down for 2 turns. So he can't really do anything. And then we can go after these guys. Nice. I'm gonna move up. Use that little bit of AP. Close the gap a little bit. We're gonna have to be able to reach that cultist. Why is he going after me? Like every time. What is this garbage? It's actually a problem. No. Oh, there's a lot of turns before, so I'm going to assume that guy's not going to kill me. I'm going to assume they can get the kill. But I don't really have... You know what? Yeah, let's just do this. And we're going to scooch over this way. Can anyone get an attack? No, they're just going to gang up on the black cultist. Because it's too far away. But, I mean, we basically broke him where he couldn't do anything for most of the fight. And now we've got him cornered over there. Target is too far. Kind of want to... I want to play it safe here and back off with my character. And we'll let the rest of this play out over here. I think we win, though. Yeah, we win.
Human commander. How very curious and disquieting.
Didn't they hear the fight?
All right. So we got us a poison arrow. We got a lot of looting we can do. So yeah, we won. No save scumming. Nobody died. Granted, that's not the hardest fight, but for some reason, that stupid shaman was going right after me, wasn't he? Shaman really hated me. Because he hit me, every single attack he did was on me. That was fun though, good fight. Get another shell. How you like the water, Tusk? I know you like your water.
Hail, Source Hunter! Why, I don't think I could ask for a more welcome sight on these cursed beaches. The Legion welcomes you.
What happened here?
Bloody Orcs are at it again. Beats me what on earth they wanted Cyseal. This is their second attack within as many weeks. And their second defeat. That rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the harbor to the west of here.
Fireball? How are the sailors making out?
They may need help. I'd go myself, but we Legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon our posts. Never know when another one of these little raiders might sidle up the beach.
Why was there a human fighting alongside those orcs?
Beats me what traitorous madness came over that dog. A man among orcs. It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer. Whatever the cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Cyseal?
Tell me about yourself.
We Legionnaires are loyal servants to Captain Aureus and the Council of Seven. Been stationed in Cyseal for more than a year now, with no end in sight.
I think the water's pretty good. It's all like baked in water, right? You're not like going through the water or seeing water physics, so it's all baked in. So I think it looks pretty good. I thought he said thief. I got a little concerned. Oh, we got a healing potion. Gold. And cultists really drop nothing?
Instead, upon my fair fanged filly.
There's some weird stuff going on up there. They're about to fuck. Katsa!
This ruckus sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel. Ah, but I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. Source hunters have arrived in Cyseal.
You can trade. And he sells scrolls and books and shit. Yeah, that's a thing.
You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Arhu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city.
I was summoned here by a cat?
So you were, and so you weren't. Behold! There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter.
Well, hello there.
Ha ha! No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one. So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder.
Please tell me more about the murder.
It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same. Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead.
The counselor's been murdered, so I assume there's some suspects.
So there are, or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed, but to be frank, I have my doubts. She seems a likely candidate to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink. Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow.
Where can I find the scene of the crime?
Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Cyseal proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek.
It may interest you to know that the orcs we took care of were led by a human.
A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack.
Indeed.
And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts. A shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays. I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand.
From what I've seen and heard, this isn't the first time you've had problems with marauding orcs.
Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools.
And what exactly is the trouble you're having with the undead?
Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years, the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed.
Maybe we'll find Rob Zombie if we look hard enough.
The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now.
Okay, he has magical ballistae.
Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane.
Speaking of lions, do tell me a bit more about this cat trick of yours.
Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise? Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate. To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill. But of course, it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of 2 worlds.
And with that said, I will take my leave.
I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter. And I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. I've set up a workshop in the Legion's headquarters. Once you're there, just take the stairs, but do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Cyseal. And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Sects, undead, orcs. Oh, looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Arhu mentioned?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Tusk. Arhu's cool. Arhu's really cool. I like him. You're gonna meet one of my favorite characters here in a little bit. Here's the ship that was on fire that we were told about. And it has health. We can fail this. If we examine it, it has health, and if you don't put it out in time, it dies. But we have a rain scroll that we got earlier. So we can cast that. We got a reputation bonus, and we got a bunch of experience. There's also other ways to do it. I believe there's a water barrel somewhere not far from here. Yeah, there's a water barrel. We could have thrown that. Maybe we should have done that. But there are different ways to do these things.
Save that ship all by your lonesome. Quite the feat. If I had the magic touch about me, I'd have lent you my hand too.
What's he sell? Patty Cake, Volume 3. Cookery book. How about that burning ship?
I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the Orc shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed to rescue her from a watery grave. Closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen.
Alrighty. So now... here's an interesting one. How do we get over here? So there's a rope there. We can't cross it because arbitrary reasons, right?
The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a rope.
Yeah. We'll see about that. Come explore the docks real quick. And yeah, Tusk, I mentioned you're gonna see one of my favorite characters relatively soon. I think you're gonna like him.
Who better to ask? Our home, our livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do nothing but look on.
What happened here?
These damn orcs. They can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here slinging fireballs and swinging swords. Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves.
How about that burning ship?
That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd have been around when our own barge went down in flames.
So tell me about yourselves.
Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than 3 men with nothing more to say than boo.
Well, what about finding work?
With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Alrighty. We got a log entry.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst. Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fiddle's carriage for a joyride?
Whoa.
No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back. Sauce? Here in Cyseal? Duh. Of all that cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this. That was some fast acting there. Many thanks on behalf of all us seamen.
Seamen? Oh my. That was quite the attack on the harbor.
Who knows if it's even over for sure? Those damn orcs keep sending us these terrible surprises.
Loot these things.
Yes, sir. As fine a specimen as one of her stock, sir.
Conrad.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Cyseal?
Oh yeah, it's fine. What do you think of that attack on the harbor?
Those orcs must be out of their barbarous minds launching an attack on a city where a great wizard resides. Though even I must admit they put up a hearty effort. I'll tell you, the only time I'd consider waging a suicide campaign like that would be if whatever I sought was something worth dying over.
That's a good point. We'll keep that in mind. Tell me about yourself.
Name's Conrad. Cargo trader, sea captain, an expert in all things nautical. Folks across Andervale know to give old Conrad a holler when it comes to rare imports and magical items.
Alrighty. Take my leave.
He drove it straight to the pub and back.
And let's head up here. That's it on the docks for now. We can loot all these crates. They're not red. If we mouse over them and it has a red icon, then it's stealing. So it's very nice of the game to just tell us outright what is safe to take. So that had 25 gold in it, but for some reason we're just allowed to take it. See, this bucket is red. That's stealing. All that's red.
I don't know how you did that, hocus pocus, but boy, am I grateful. Nothing worse than seeing a fine vessel like that disappear beneath the waves.
Doesn't have anything else to say. What about Pablo? He has a unique name.
Save that ship all by your lonesome. Quite the
No, we talked to him.
I don't start earning an extra gold piece an hour, I'll walk out that door.
Good on you. These bossmen respect confidence, you know. So what do you say?
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day. All hail the rain spirit.
No.
Save that ship.
No. Okay. Nothing unique there. But we can get some unique dialogue here. Bull and Bill. Let's talk to Bull.
I'm seeing 2 feet approaching me, and here you are. My powers astound even me.
Tell me a little about yourself.
I'm Cyseal. The 2 feets never bother to ask, but I see all that is and is to be.
Can you tell my fortune?
Of course, most winsome 2 feet. Of course. What would you like to know?
Will I be wealthy?
Why, yes. Most wealthy indeed. But you must be vigilant, 2 feet, for I see that your wealth will come by bloody means.
Will I be lucky in love?
Well, that depends, 2 feet. That depends. I see that love has caused you to falter in the past. Yes, falter dearly. You must reconcile your mistakes before you will find true love.
And how will I die?
Death. Ever the most difficult topic to foretell. I see. Oh dear. No. No. Your reading is over. Do you hear? Over.
And that's that.
Well, tuck my tail and call me Bessie. A 2 feet addressing me directly? Huh. I thought I'd never see the day.
I like this guy's voice.
Don't know what you said to upset Bull, but don't worry about it too much. Being in tune with the flow of time takes a lot out of him.
Tell me a bit about yourself.
Oh, me and my brother Bull have dragged this here cart all around Cyseal, from dock to graveyard and back again.
Let's see what the worker has to say.
I swear I can hear that bleeding cheese version from here.
I told you the name of the stream has a reference to something. We haven't seen it yet though, but that's the first reference to cheese. He's annoyed by a cheese merchant.
Well, you see, the gold and silver planets in square aspect suggest a struggle.
Cyseal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
People are just kind of living their lives here, aren't they? What does this worker have to say?
Never been homesick a day in my life until I sailed to Cyseal.
Alright. Should only be a few more things to loot this way. We'll make our way into the city proper. I mean, we're still like at the docks. We want to go into the actual city. Yes, it really is worth looting all this. Because of crafting. At some point we're going to be over encumbered and I can just shift it all to Scarlet, who has high strength. Thus high carry weight. And we'll probably give Scarlet, oh, maybe. We might give Scarlet a perk to double your carry weight. Since she's already going to end up with, like, max strength anyway, it could make sense to make her the mule. Ooh, we got a smoke grenade. So we haven't talked about this too much, but let's explain some of the systems of the game. See, that was a lucky find, so that's nice. Let's talk about some of the systems of the game real quick, and what that smoke grenade means. We've already seen a little bit of this, but the game, this is part of what makes the game so great. The combat system has a heavy emphasis on effects, on like different effects in the environment and everything, and how they interplay with each other, how they interact with each other. So, an example of that we've already seen, 2 examples. One of them is very obvious. There was fire, and we broke water barrels, or we used a rain scroll to put fire out. Pretty obvious, right? Another example we actually saw was oil on the ground, and those skeletons were, those mummies were covered in oil. So then by lighting that on fire, they also got lit on fire. Well, I mean, you don't have to be oiled to light on fire, but it basically, makes them more likely to be lit on fire. It deals extra damage and such if they were oiled, I believe. And another case that we saw was poison. And if there's poison and you use fire on it, it explodes. So those are 3 prime examples of how the different effects kind of play with each other. But there's other things. So when there's been like an explosion or something, there's smoke, which makes sense. Or, and that's actually a perfect example, because what that smoke does is it blocks your vision. So then it can make things harder to hit, because it's essentially obscuring your vision when you're trying to do those attacks. And sometimes you might not be able to do an attack at all. And I mentioned that because we just got a smoke grenade, which is just another way to get that smoke effect. There's also steam. If you have fire and you put it out with water, you create steam. And you can do stuff with steam. I believe it works on this game. I don't think this is an Original Sin 2 thing. If there's like steam clouds in the air and you electrify that, it becomes like an electrified cloud. I know Original Sin 2 does that. But another thing you can do is like electrify a pool of water, right? So the game loves to have these different effects that play off of each other. And you can create some really interesting stuff in the battlefield by taking advantage of that. And it's one of the things that, you know, really the game shines the strongest there when you start getting involved in that stuff. So that's part of the reason why the archer has arrows. Like, we have a stunning arrowhead. We have knockdown arrows, we have a poison arrow, we have fire arrows, we have a slowdown arrow. We have toxic grenades to make poison clouds, we can do a fire grenade. So we see there's a lot of different ways to get these different effects in play, even if it's not necessarily, you know, we don't have to be a mage to be able to do those different, like, elemental effects, if you will. There's actually a door here, we can't get to it. There's also a chest, so we'll have to find our way there at some point. Legionnaires. They're just kind of generic Legionnaires. What is this? Connection menu. Yeah, we're not online though. Westgate, Morgue, East Cyseal Center, Barracks, South Harbor. Yeah, let's go this way towards the central.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I borrowed one of these fish.
Why are you talking to me?
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Cyseal began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know.
Are you in the habit of stealing?
I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish. This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly.
It's okay, you'll lose weight.
Morals never fed a hungry man, you know.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path.
What'd you think of that fish thief?
Thank you for making that would-be thief see reason. I only hope your instruction lasts. The last thing the plagued people of Cyseal need is a thief among them.
Among us? What did I want to check? Oh yeah, what is righteousness? Leadership is increased. Renegade is pickpocketing. Okay. Hey, we found a painting of a landscape. It's worth 200 bucks. He got really excited for picking up some fish. Also, I totally just picked up fish, but it wasn't stealing. I got a question for anybody watching right now. Are you in the mood for cheese?
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Told you. I told you that stream title was a reference.
What do you have? I got white cheese, blue cheese, old cheese, new cheese.
And he sells 15 pieces of cheese. Here's the fish vendor.
Away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
So how about that fish thief?
I listened in while you were talking to that would-be thief. Thank you for preserving my stock. It's no wonder you source hunters are known for setting a place straight.
Right, we have one here that's going to be very useful for me as a ranger, the Fletcher.
What sort of arrows do you want?
Reason, silver, poison.
Get to the point.
Yeah, you're going to hear that line a lot every time I come here. -5 reputation. And that's because I'm stinky or whatever. So that's gonna affect prices for items too. That's really important. So we're gonna have to take that into account when I want to do selling. Because this is 93 for the painting, but I can get more than that. So what we'll notice here is we have skill books. So these allow me to learn more skills. So these are all expert marksmen, these green ones. And you see it says expert marksman adept, expert marksman adept. So adept skills require level 6. I don't think we have any expert skills yet. I don't know what level they are. But there's like level requirements, and then there's I think there's requirements on, yeah, there's requirements on what level your expert marksman is as well. But there's actually going to be some really good stuff that we want in here, like let's see, range, power, and precision stance are pretty good. Splintered arrow is one that I'm going to want, which we can get at level 3. But notice it's saying it's going to cost 818. Switch over to her real quick. 786, still expensive. So we're gonna have to work on those. We're gonna have to get a little money. I'll take my leave.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
What about Calvania? What's up?
Hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
Why does she have a poisoned arrowhead?
I'm telling you, a necromancer must be at work in Cyseal. How else do you explain risen dead sprouting like mushrooms in the night?
I don't know. Yellow and green. Cyseal's ever sane.
What are ye staring at?
Alrighty, tell me about yourself.
Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hardy souls to
He's quiet.
load the ship and sail off.
What happened to your crew?
Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked.
Do you have any work for a trio of sailors?
Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me, and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labor.
Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's just run down there and talk to the sailors. What it'll do is it'll get us some progress on the quest. Oh, that's right, I could do waypoints. Good. Shift does waypoints. So what I wanted to do, and the reason I'm doing waypoints, it doesn't matter now that we're as far as we are into the journey, but the reason I wanted to do waypoints is because I don't want my characters to auto-walk into an area that I haven't explored myself. So waypoints are a good way to make sure that I guide them. But at this point we've explored everything down here, so it's fine. I do have a logbook that I haven't checked. And it basically just tells you what quests you have and what you know about the quests, what stages you've done. Like, I found some people looking for work. I found a guy who can give them work. Very much like the Oblivion quest log, I think. You might be able to track it. I don't know.
Speaking of you from York, that loopy Legionnaire really thinks that Orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really. So there's a captain offering booze and brass for a bit of crate loading? Gods be praised, you've done it, friend. Off we go.
Alright, I'm gonna head back up there. And we'll see what happens. Easy quest. We are well on our way to level 3. We need 6,000 experience. We're 3940. Yeah, this gold bar at the bottom is our experience, so once it fills up, we hit level 3. We hit whatever our next level is. But in this case, that will be level 3. I just saw on the chat log here, steady boys, steady. We'll be leaving soon as we're packed up. That means we were walking by the bulls. I think we should be fairly close now. Yep.
Are you the captain who's looking for some fresh blood for your crew?
By the siren song am I am. You boys willing to earn your day's pay?
Yes, Captain.
Ho ho, let's get to it then.
Okay. Is it completed? Let's filter completed. Yeah, it's completed. Cool. The fish thief, fire, orc fight on the beach, guards at the bridge, a shell on the beach. All those are completed, so we'll do that and get them not blinking anymore. We have 4 quests that we have active now, so that's beautiful. Alright, simple enough. We got a painter here, and his name is Jerome.
Hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Cyseal, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. Like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him.
I will take my leave. So he actually sells paintings. Oh, no, he sells maps. Right. Alright, hey Scarlet. I heard there's something you want to check, like, over here, isn't there? I thought that's what you said you wanted to do, Scarlet. You can go do that. What I'm gonna do is become one with the shadows. And I'm gonna steal your painting of a rooster. I'm gonna steal all of his paintings.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
And I'm invisible, so no one knows what happened. Haha! Now we'll get Scarlet back. She's too far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send all that over to her, because she gets better deals. I think that works, yeah. Oh no! Oh no, she took the good route. Okay. So now we have some paintings we can sell. And even better, we can sell them to the guy himself.
Lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped
97, 194, 252, 291. Oh yeah, that's some money. 252, 291. And 194. Yes. That's most of his money. So we're gonna take him for most of his money with his own paintings. Ha! What a loser. Could have got better deals for him if we had better bartering and all that, but it's fine. I could do some really exploity kind of stuff. Yeah, I could totally do some really exploity stuff. Not really exploity, it's abuse is a better word. I can abuse crafting and make a shit ton of money if I want, and I might. Alright, we're gonna do Walk in Shadows again. I'm gonna sneak just because I feel more comfortable. I'm gonna take all these arrows. Almost out of time. Alright, let's explore and see if there's anything else I'd probably want to steal. Yeah, we have potions here. That would be nice. Hey, rooster. Or chicken. I might talk to that chicken in a moment. I'm not gonna steal all those. Alright, so what that did is that got us, let's see, 17 to 29. Right, these bows are not as good, so I'm going to pass those off to Scarlet. And this is just ways we can make some money right now. So we're going to send that, send that. We also have a lot of arrows, which are nice. We have some better boots now. Let's sell the old ones. Let's see. Now, leather armor is dexterity based, so it doesn't have a requirement yet, but later on, this does. Oh, that's Source Hunter's armor, though. Doesn't count. Special. Slice of this fine Gorgombat. Alright, I am happy with this, so we're going to sort by type. And there you go. So one thing I could check now.
What sort of arrows do you want?
We need a bunch of money for the skills. We also have better bows I could get, but I'm going to pass on that. I don't have enough money to justify a better bow yet. It's not, I mean, it is more damage. It's actually, it is decent. But it's not enough to justify it. Now, this is almost justifiable. It's only $4.90. It's cheaper if Scarlet buys it. That's a lot more, it is level 3 though. It's a lot more armor, and fire resist is decent. What I probably care more about is the skill books, so we're gonna wait a little bit. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass my money over to her. And I'm gonna do that because right now she's our best person for bartering. Fish vendor.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
She really likes this. Yeah, she's good. Perfect. We have a water barrel, by the way. I picked it up earlier. Sell these bows. We're not using staves. That's the old sword. Gonna keep the hammer. Gonna keep the staff for now in case. Right now we don't have a use for it. Okay, get a little bit more money. So we're rocking 1,500 bucks. And we're gonna sort by type. And that's it for shopping right now. I should have grabbed these potions and stuff. We might do that in a bit. It's fine. Chicken. Let's talk.
Those dark-robed nuts really ruffle my feathers, sneaking around here at all hours of the night.
That voice. Alright, I think I want to go up this way. Yeah, I know where this is.
A source hunter will always receive a warm welcome at the town hall of Cyseal. I'm sure Mayor Cecil is looking forward to making your acquaintance.
So the mayor lives here. We'll check with him.
Welcome to the town hall of Cyseal. Mayor Cecil is waiting for you inside.
Seems like a good person to talk to. Wouldn't you agree? But first, we have a cat. It's a cat. Maxine. What do you have to say, Maxine?
Oh, golly gosh. One who flaunts the highways and byways of silly old Cyseal with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. I do declare such a sight is rather rare around here. But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you must be one of those hunters one hears so much about. Charmed, I'm sure.
Tell me a bit more about yourself.
I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is hardly a coincidence.
I'd like to ask you some further questions.
But of course, darling. Be my guest.
Tell me about Cyseal.
Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Darling man, he dotes on me so.
And don't you fear the undead?
Heavens forbid. No, fear is rather too strong a term there, hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you, they are just as easily outwitted.
I'll take my leave. Been good talking to you, Maxine. You know, just individual pieces of gold here. These light gold cups are worth a lot. I think it's time. I'm intentionally separating Scarlet because I think she'll be mad at me and our opinions will change, I think. I don't remember if I'm making that up or not. Well, it doesn't work if you yell it out, dude.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and
Empty potion bottles, good. Corroded gold ring.
girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
That painting was worth 700 bucks. Cloth scraps are good. No, get away. Okay, good. Alright, we gotta let this cool down. It's a 10 turn cooldown. It lasts for 5, so... Wait a little bit. Ooh, we got a key to his living quarters. You know we're doing that. So, I mean, I could try sneaking on my own, but this is just, like, guaranteed. It works. So, yes, I'm going with it. Walk in shadows. This voice is weird. I'm not used to it. We have an unidentified hatchet, some cloth shoes. Let's get the key to his living quarters, and let's actually open that door while we are still concealed. Yeah, there's still stuff in there, so let's wait for it to cool down one more time. Let's go in and loot this place. And we should be... He's checking for what I stole. Not really. They do that in Original Sin 2, however. Kind of. They do little, like, investigations on crimes. It's not perfect, because they can be a little bit... They can be a little bit too attracted to the player, where they, like, kind of magically know that the player did something, and they'll, like, home in on you. You know how games are. Like, wait a minute, how did you know? Golden fork. Hey, it's worth 24. I'll take it. So our invisibility's expired. We're gonna have to re-up it before I leave here, just so we're safe. Thought that was someone walking in here. It was him messing with the cupboard. There is a key here, and an adventurer's field guide. Money! Nice. Wool plate armor requires 6 strength. Hell yeah. So I think we've checked everything, basically. Ah, I know where we're at. Yeah, okay. We're gonna hold off on going in there. It's a level 20 door. This voice. Alright, let's go out here and let's meet back up. And I gotta do a little bit more item trading here. We need to identify that. We're gonna hand the money over. Hand the gold cups, the gold forks, all that, the paintings. This plate mail is 50 armor. I'm in the wrong character, that's why. Hand over the ring. Alright, let's read the Adventurer's Field Guide. A true survivor can create weapons from what he finds in the wild. A tree branch deals some damage, sure, but a few nails lodged into the end will really drive the point home. If you prefer stabbing from a safe distance, drive a dagger into the end of the thing. Golden Grail. I don't know if that's actually a thing we want to keep or not. That's a special outline. We're gonna hang on to that. I don't know. Seems special. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here.
What sort of arrows do you want?
Actually,
Freezing, silver,
it'd be weird, but does the fish vendor do identification?
Away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty.
You do.
How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
So we identify the ring.
Quiet down the market.
It does telekinesis, I like that. Identify the hatchet. And we're not going to be using that, so I'll probably sell it.
Quiet down the market.
Now we'll close this. And let's take a look here at Scarlet. Yeah, so this slows her down a little bit more, but it's significantly better. So it's worth it. I'm going to hand this over. I almost said to Roderick, because that's the default male name. So we're going to sell the hatchet, sell that ring. We're not going to be able to sell all of this right now. And that's because I want to stick with the fish vendor for now.
Tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
Just 325, 499. They're worth 410 total. Yeah, it's too much. All right. We'll take the rest of her money. So now we have $2 grand. We have 2,174. Make some money. All right. Now we could buy some maps. We could buy some skill books. We're gonna wait a little bit. Not in any rush. Well, let's go ahead and talk to the mayor for real now.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you.
Well, tell me about yourself.
My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Cyseal, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Cyseal through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed.
Well, tell me more about the issues in Cyseal.
What? Oh, you mean Cyseal? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jahan by source magic no less weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish intruders. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the Orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such, sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of Cyseal. And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought, a weapon called the Staff of Pergamon.
Well, let's start with Jake's murder.
Jake murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but old squabbles evaporate under such circumstances. Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit, suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. Still, one never knows for sure.
Tell me about the Duke of Ferrol.
An all right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense.
The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Cyseal is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor.
In other words, they be fucking. Tell me more about the undead in Cyseal.
What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years, those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Cyseal's once torrential commerce has slowed to a pathetic trickle.
Oh, what's this about a staff of Pergamon?
What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the staff of Pergamon? Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official.
He's smuggling. Okay.
Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it for me.
Sure, tell me about the merchant.
His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter.
Yeah, we talked to him.
Ship still docked at the Cyseal Harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind.
Okay, and what do you know about the staff itself?
The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead.
Alright, and what about Rivellon's sects?
Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics.
I think he's thinking about the wrong kind of sects.
Ah, you see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally, Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Cyseal's under siege by orcs, undead, and cultists.
Can you tell me more about your library?
That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly?
Dingleberries.
Ah, the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Cyseal. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself.
Not just now.
Please yourself. Let me know if you change your mind. You won't regret it.
I met your pet Maxine.
Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place. I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend, my eye. I've always been more fond of cats myself.
That's amazing. And can you tell me more about your library? Sure, sounds interesting. He's gonna escort me to the library, which I could just walk to on my own anyway.
What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Cyseal's crown. The beacon of culture and learning in our fair city. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here among her beloved books. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
Alright, this is one... I'm gonna save scum just to see what happens. I want to see if my partner reacts. I don't think so, that's good.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need some
Unidentified armor, cool.
Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem!
Alright, we will go.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense.
Look at these books.
Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
This guy's talking about some weird shit. We'll talk to him in a minute. We'll talk to Victoria first. He said this was like his daughter.
In the name of Amun-Hor,
She got her ass out.
I bid thee Tujda Getahal. Be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine.
I know it by heart.
Let's see. Who are you, madam?
I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it? When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Cyseal toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amun-Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that chance had put in his way. He raised me like I was his own, this kindest of souls, taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence and pride.
May I take books from the library?
Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
No, I won't do that. No, it's fine.
This isn't the grimoire.
So there's adventure. Oh, that's worth a lot. The fuck? Why are they worth 1,000?
Most promising.
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have
Philosophy of Death.
I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Jawless Skull. Other field guide. I think we've read volume 3. Cyseal's Genesis, a play. Cracking Up a Crowd, the definitive guide. We got a lot of books to go through. I'm gonna read them. It's not gonna be like Elder Scrolls in how much reading there is, but there are books from time to time. I think they're fun enough. The Adventurer's Field Guide. Any old kitchen knife can be carved into a deadly dagger after the right amount of time on my anvil. No, I'm not a lumberjack. Yeah, we did that one. Some of these are worth a lot, though. If they said 1,000, now it's saying 163. So whatever. Philosophy of Death. That one looks special. Let us briefly discuss life and death, the great opposites, the great equals. Death is greater than life, so saith the priest, for at death comes the god's just reward. Okay, hang on. I'm tired of them speaking in my ear while I'm trying to read. Death is greater than life, so saith the priest, for in death comes the god's just reward. But if this be true, whether that reward shall be the solace of heaven or the agony of hell is decided during one's lifetime, and therefore life is much greater than death, for it is the decision maker. And what of those who care not for the gods, who question the afterlife, the existence of deities? Life is life's own goal, they say, a wise sentiment, I echo, and that even priests would do well to heed. But oh, how often does doubt assail these revelers of life? How often does fear approach with the creeping of the shadows? So great becomes the looming horror that death becomes larger than life, and death becomes the greater force. Forget the promise of gods, I say, but defy the fear of oblivion as well. For only if life and death become each other's equals can the philosophy of death become one of life. Death is the instigator of faith and fear, but only if you let it be so. If you can gaze into its obsidian eyes, knowing it is the be-all and the end-all, but fear neither, then you shall have reached the shores of wisdom. So saith Nemris. Okay, the Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 3. Some smiths haven't the faintest idea how to mold a fine metal shield. After I buy one, my first order of business is to find the nearest anvil and hammer the kinks out of it. The shield, I mean, not the anvil. Cyseal's Genesis, a play. This excerpt from the traditional drama Genesis of Cyseal is commonly performed in the local theater. Most Cysealians, and even a few foreigners, are amply familiar with the tale and refuse to tolerate deviations from the script most know by heart. The story goes that two adventurers, lovers too, Cyrus and Celia, sailed west from Ferrol, knowing not whether they would find land on the other side. They took with them sufficient provisions for 5 months of travel, but only during the last week of 6th month did they land upon the land they would come to call Cyseal. Celia. Enough, Cyrus. I can't take another moment aboard this death barge. I'm starving and I'm sick. We'll find no safe refuge from our travails? My gods, could it be? There, look! What is it? Are we out of fresh water? Is there a leak in the hull? Look, Seal, there, beyond the mist. It's land. Land, my sweet, land at last, and we shall call it Cyseal. Cracking up a crowd, the definitive guide. Much like making love, comedy requires equal parts passion and delivery. Fever for this stage is not enough. No. The truly successful comedian will study the details of the craft through countless long, lonely nights in preparation for his rendezvous with the audience. Compiled within this volume are some of Rivellon's finest funnies, enough to make a granite statue grin. During a dwarven funeral, the bearers of the casket accidentally bump into a wall and hear a faint moan. They open the casket and find out that the dwarven woman inside is actually alive. The entire funeral party rejoices, and a joyful tear springs into her husband's eye. The dwarven lady lives for 10 more years and then dies. There is another funeral for her. At the end of the service, the bearers carry out the casket. As they are walking out, the husband cries out, "Watch out for the wall!" Oof. An elf and an orc shows up in the Hall of Echoes at the same time. The orc says he froze to death, and the elf says he died of a heart attack. How did that happen, asks the orc. The elf replied, "Well, I came home and thought I heard my wife in bed with someone else, but when I searched the house, I couldn't find anybody. I was so stricken with remorse for wrongly accusing my wife of infidelity that I had a heart attack and died on the spot." "Geez," said the orc, "if you opened the icebox, we'd both be alive right now." Oh, shit. Every 10 years, the elven wood priests in the high monastery are allowed to break their vow of silence to speak 2 words. 10 years go by and it's one priest's first chance. He thinks for a second before saying food bad. 10 years later, he says bed hard. It's the big day, a decade later. He gives the head priest a long stare and says, "I quit." "I'm not surprised," the elven high priest says. "You've been complaining ever since you got here." Ha. Alrighty. Fun with fluids. Drukenlegionnaires' qualities are many and well documented. For an adventurer, it isn't wise to consume in the thick of battle, though recreational use is widely accepted among liberal circles. Knowledge significantly less widely spread, however, is that Drukenlegionnaire is best consumed from within a flask, as the bottling process often brings out its finest features. A Pirate's Life. This book's tight binding belies its age. Bits of crumbling pages stick to your fingers as you turn each page. A Pirate's Life, Shipmate Falkerson's diary. Whoever came up with the idea to go hunting for treasure in Cyseal should be keel-hauled. I cared not for diaries before we ended up in this accursed place. As I fear the end is nigh, I feel obliged to warn my fellow pirates, avoid Cyseal. As sunny as its beaches are, as golden as the sun shines its cobblestone roads, equally corrupt as this hellhole. There are laws for everything in Cyseal, and every law contradicts the other. The beginning, we tried to work alongside the system for some time. Better to ease down the local suspicions, you see. But I fear every trader that sets foot in Cyseal must become a pirate or an outlaw, whether they realize it or not. There are taxes on docking ship. There are taxes on owning a ship. There are taxes on docking without a ship. There are taxes on boarding and unboarding the ship, but one cannot unboard without having boarded in Cyseal first. Oi, what's it even mean? There are taxes on entering the tavern if you're not a Cysealian. And there's a law against entering the tavern if you ain't a Cysealian. Unaware, you enter, pay the tax, and then get thrown in jail when the locals realize your anchor's set elsewhere. But that's not the worst part. We came here looking for treasure. There's a skull-shaped cave on the beach, and the captain is certain there's a pirate's bounty within. We have sent out a dozen of our best men a fortnight ago, but they've yet to return. The rumor amongst our men is that the cave is haunted. Hogwash! The rest of us will investigate tomorrow. If our crew's not returned, then it's goodbye, Cyseal. He Who Smelts It, Volume 1. The quality of a proper sword has quite declined in recent decades. Some blame a change in climate, others a change in the type and origin of iron reserves. I myself craft my own supplies from an iron bar and an anvil to ensure the maximum character of the weapon. And lastly, the history of Cyseal. A brief history of Cyseal by D.R. Galante. Though Cyseal's borders have shrunk considerably in modern times, ours was once an expansive kingdom of economic and strategic importance in the region of Andevale. Unembroiled in external politics, Cyseal was free to expand from sea to sea and to the borders of Lucula Forest, where legendary and mysterious magicians are said to reside. Why then did Cyseal fall? First, trade. As the old kingdoms grew, Cyseal's ports became less central to trading routes. But most importantly, Cyseal's history of a small and homogeneous population meant that its cultural importance faded as more diverse nations grew. Capitals that featured elvish musicians and dwarvish mead thrived, while Cyseal's trade stagnated. Still, Cyseal is a seat of significant cultural importance. Home of the last Source King, the catacombs of Cyseal are famed for their beauty and their supposed preternatural activity. In recent times, the leaders of Cyseal are seeking to reinvigorate her economy. Fertile farmlands are being utilized at full capacity by the incentivized sale of lands to experienced farmers. Cyseal's future shines bright indeed. All right. It's a lot of reading, but we don't got to do that too much in this game. Now we do a lot of talking. What's this guy up to? He keeps saying cool stuff.
Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more advanced. Omnes autem mali demonis quam.
There's a backpack we could buy. And he speaks Latin-sounding stuff.
What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Cyseal. Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken, for you hardly resemble the local fisherfolk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless.
Why would you want to join forces?
Why, simply because you hunt source, and I, Jahan, hunt demons. You are aware, of course, that quite often both of these pests frequent the same shadowy pools of infamy.
Sure.
Now, I hate what I hunt, but I respect its cunning. Should I not, I'd have been decimated, body and soul, long since. This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers. The calculus of wizardry I offer you, the might of the magician's mastermind. On one condition, that on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions. Give me your word on this, and I'll weave you spells.
Alrighty. Very well. There will be no deals with demons.
Agreed. Nothing good ever came from bargaining with those devils anyway.
Most gratifying. I see you are firm of purpose and thereby ready to descend. Descend into the madness that is sorcery. into the depths where demons dance. Gladly shall I follow you into the abyss. Onward, blood and triumph await.
Alrighty, so we have a party member. We have an extra party member now, and we can actually talk to him.
What can I do for you, Source Hunter?
I have some questions for you.
Of course you do.
Where are you from, Jahan?
I am not from any place anymore. I go where my quest leads me. Besides, the name would mean nothing to you. The glorious city in the glorious kingdom where I was born. I remember them well, the sandstone castles, hued like the very sun that batters their battlements without rest. I can see them still. The fountained gardens and halls of pearl-colored marble inlaid with gemstones set in shapes of plants and beasts. Yes, I can see them still, though when I try to focus on their details, like mirages, they dissolve upon approach. Time, it frays the foundations of memory.
And why do you hunt demons?
For 1,000 reasons, and for one especial. The 1,000 obvious ones are list with pleasure. The special one, that is my secret to keep.
Okay, so list the obvious ones.
1. Their scourge taints the natural world. 2. Their machinations irreversibly corrupt minds. 3. Their perversions seek to end all beauty. 4. Their schemes unhinge the fabric of space and time. 5. Their presence distorts all intrinsic harmony.
Third one gone.
Many hours pass before Jahan stops enumerating his reasons. You are very sorry indeed that you asked. Should party members really keep secrets from one another?
Hunter, I could find you cross-dressed under the spell of a dominant goblin, yet when next we'd meet there'd be no questions asked. I have my secrets. Undoubtedly, you have yours. They are ours to keep.
All right then.
And so let the hunt continue.
So yeah, that's our party member. If we take a look at him, it's pretty obvious he is some kind of a sorcerer type. Not we're gonna be careful with that word. Not that kind of source. He is a wizard type. So let's see what he has. Abilities. He has willpower. He has Aerothurge and Hydrosophist. He has blacksmithing and crafting. Elemental affinity. Far out man. And scientist. He's a level above us, which is interesting. I didn't know that was possible. Ah, the meow. I love it. Alright, let's keep moving on this way. So what we need to do, what we were kind of told to do, is we should speak to Aureus. I think that's his name. Who's like the captain of the guard. And I mean, we were told that, but also slight meta knowledge. We can't investigate the murder scene until we talk to him. We'll be forbidden. Here's Esmeralda's door. So instead of trying to do that and being denied, you know, we're gonna actually just go talk to this dude first. We have the cook's house.
Greetings. These stores are for our Legion troops. Riverland's finest. Chicken.
Step aside! Step aside! This maniac's gonna turn me into a meat pie!
And then you could say, I'm gonna read this out loud because it's funny. Isn't it a chicken's destiny to be eaten? We should catch it and give it back to the cook. I'm gonna say, no, a chicken has a right to live too.
Yes, let's pardon him. Just look at the little blighter. He doesn't deserve the knife.
Yippee-ki-yay! I'm free! I'm free! So long, suckers!
Amazing. He's mad. Why'd you let that chicken go?
Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack. Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the cornbread.
That dude's like super French. Quartermaster.
Source hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment
Dang.
to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
She really does. I'll take my leave. And did I have more things to identify? I don't think so. Oh, I do. Yeah. Also, I think... Did I put the I did put the telekinesis ring on. Good. She has a lot of stuff. One of the things I can actually do is steal all of that. And we can go sell it somewhere, but none of it's worth that much. Ooh, that bow is. But it's a level 7 bow. And it would cost me 9 AP just to attack, so it's not worth it. I mean, in this case, if we math that out, we could double my attack on my current bow to 34 to 58. So it's actually still less than the flat bow over 2 attacks. I don't know. I'm not gonna do it. I don't like that idea of having to spend 9. Yeah, having to spend 9 AP to do an attack is just brutal. I will get these arrows and stuff that'll come in handy. Identifying glass. Oh, it's locked, isn't it? Anything I want? I'm really tempted on that bow, but we're good.
Greetings! These stores are for our Legion troops. Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech Woman.
The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
Oh, well, looks like we walked into a situation.
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Oh, her portrait actually has a cut on her cheek.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
A curious situation you've got here. Is the woman in this cage under arrest?
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Bit Tullia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another Legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
And what will become of this admittedly strange stranger?
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
That's a mighty big if. We can't have one of our team wandering off into the wilds when we need her to be watching our backs.
Can't say I'm surprised.
You wouldn't want an untamed thing like that sleeping next to you at night. Now it's for us to decide what to do with her, of course.
If I've got my say, we'll take her into the woods and put her down.
So that was my party member disagreeing.
Say, Source Hunter, do you reckon the vendor's got any large?
Well, that's
a mighty big...
Can't say I'm so...
If I've got my say, she may have the... We got reports of I tapped her... Enjoy it while you...
Interesting.
Say, Source Hunter.
Well,
That's a mighty big...
Can't say...
If I've got my... She may have the look... We got
Whoa.
I tapped her... Enjoy it while you...
Doesn't seem to want to let me do this.
Ice blue eyes, narrow
Might have to talk first.
streaked with sweat and dust. Her hands tense into claws, held at the ready.
I mean you no harm, stranger. I only wonder who you are.
Her brow knits together, but something in her pose relaxes. She clears her throat.
Yeah, we might have just had to talk to her first. And then it'll help us. It'll let us recruit.
I am Bairdotr. I have not come here to find trouble with the Screech woman. She only startled me. And you are a source hunter. I have heard many tales of your order. Your history is long and honorable.
How did you end up in this cage?
This woman here, the one who now plots her revenge, she crept behind me while I was hunting, and I only defended myself. I would not hurt an innocent Screech woman on purpose. But soon their swords were upon me, and they forced me into this cage meant for dogs. Mother would rip the fur from her chest if she could see how they keep me.
I'll take my leave. Let's try again now.
Source Hunter.
Well,
That's a mighty big...
Can't say...
If I've got... She may have the...
Alright, we'll try another route. What if I use Scarlet to say...
Source Hunter.
Well,
Perhaps it'd be worth taking the stranger.
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our wing.
I can cheese it that way.
Handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
A fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that bow within arm's reach.
What bow, you ask? Bairdotr's bow. She wants to talk.
Source Hunter, I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind. In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
There is little in our world more variable. Let's see. Yeah, there is little in our world more variable than the minds of men. It is the source of great beauty and much despair, and all of it uniquely human.
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. And those I meet do not always see themselves in me. It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me.
All right. Can we get any more info?
You will take me under your wing. But I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears?
I meant that I would be responsible for you. I will keep you out of trouble.
In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. I am happy to have a friend in such a place.
A child of the bears? What does that mean exactly?
And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among his mother's ilk. So says the saga of Thris. Do you know it? The wise godwolf Amira raised the child Thris among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Thris the wolfson, and I the Bairdotr.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Ask freely, my friend.
So you were raised by bears in the wild?
Your city is far more wild than Home Forest. In Home Forest, the rules are clear. In Home Forest, your strength and speed determine your fate. Here, a tiny screech woman, no swifter than a mudworm, might confine you into a tiny cage, and one must wait for a kind stranger to grant freedom.
But how did you come to learn to speak?
Jarrett, wise Jarrett, taught me the bird songs of our people. If not for him, I would never have learned more than the beasts could teach me. A beast's life is to survive. A human's is to know. I am both beast and human, and so I must do both.
You seem to know quite a lot of history for the daughter of a bear. How is this possible?
I have learned all the bird song that Jarrett could teach. I remembered every word. These tales have brought me much pleasure. The remembering of the beasts is without lies. We know not to approach the wasp's nest because long ago one bear mother discovered its dangers. This she taught to her cubs, and those cubs taught the next. We do not remember Rito and the battle of the buzzing brutes. We remember only what is useful to us now. Rito will be forgotten. The beauty of the story will be forgotten, but the lesson will not. It is different between beasts and humans. I am lucky to enjoy both ways.
Tell me more about Jarrett.
He came to me when I was small. A fierce, wild one, yet unaware of the difference between the other cubs and herself. He called to me in a soft song. At first I thought him a great bird. We each reached out to the other. We found each other. Jarrett visited me often, and in time I learned his songs and more. When he built a small cabin within Home Forest, I hunted his food and fetched his water by day while he studied his books and his magics. By night, by the fire, he'd tell me tales of the world of people. Jarrett is my master and my friend, my teacher and myself. He teaches me and I care for him.
Why have you come to Cyseal?
I heard this was a place of many people, so here I came. I have seen more faces here in a day than I had seen in all the days of my life together. But I have not found the face I seek. Jarrett is missing. It is my duty to find him.
Have you any clue where Jarrett might be?
That mystery is thick and ugly as a swarm of hornets. It started with a great disturbance in Home Forest. A terrible disease came in the night and turned the birds and beasts soft and foul as carrion while they still lived. I watched countless of my loved ones die, rotted from the inside. When I ran to Jarrett to tell him what I had seen, his reaction was strange. He had no answer. The next morning, Jarrett did not emerge from his room. I left him be, but after 3 days I grew anxious. I broke down the door, and inside his chamber was nothing. His equipment, his books, all but some scraps of parchment were gone. He was kidnapped, and all his research was taken with him. The only clue I found was a letter among the scraps. I could not make out all the words, but I recognized the threat. Death, coming for you. And the signature? Attenborough.
Attenborough, okay.
I do not know the one called Attenborough, but I know that if I am to find Jarrett, I must start there. Whoever this Attenborough may be, I believe he or she may know where Jarrett has been taken.
Well then, let's go on. So we have Bairdottr's bow and a dagger. Now, I intentionally took that bow for myself because... Ooh, it needs level 4. So, it's pretty good though. We'll probably level up before we need it for combat anyway. So it'll drop it down a bit. Alright, and this is where the guardhouse is at. So we can get permission to do the investigation. Legion headquarters. I also happen to know this place is rife with items we can steal. Even in here, like the shields are worth 75 each. If we come in here, there should be... Yeah, light gold cup is worth some. We got a key. Let's see. Let's take what I can. Gold. Aureus's diary. Another cup. We got just enough time to grab it, I think. Let me get out of there before he spots me. Check that in a moment. Just pause the game. Oh no, it's still cooling down. Cool. It's just slow. We'll check his diary. Cyseal, day 1. Troops settling in. Sufficient rations, sufficient equipment. Should be a quick enough job to rout these blasted skeletons. Saw a large Papilio Macoan specimen perched on the trunk of a tree near the barracks. Cyseal, day 2. Valoria Euphrosine spotted upon my window this morning. Very satisfactory. Undead rather more vicious than previously believed. Source unknown. Cyseal, day 3. Borders completely secured. Arhu, a mad fool, assures me he is working on some or other magnificent invention to stay the tide of undead. I'll rely on swords, not magic. No sightings today. Shame. Cyseal, day 4. Undead encroachment worsening, but hard to remain upset with a Charxus Brutus Natalensis perched on a woodpost outside one's door. Lovely girl. Spotting like a cheetah's, but twice as striking against her Tidian wing. Cyseal, day 5. Undead seem to be of several types, similar to those in any organized army. Rangers, mages, clubbers, executioners. Would that I could take wing and fly away like one of my darlings. Yes, he's a bird watcher. That's a nice little touch. String enthusiast. An elf once showed me how to fashion my own bows. She was using a tree branch and a couple sinews she'd found, and that was that. She even crafted her own crossbows, but I never did get the hang of working with iron. But I found her method of restringing broken bows quite useful, and I always keep a few spare sinews in my pack just in case. And then, oops, I'm a detective. Oops, I'm a detective. Solving crimes for the intellectually disadvantaged by Lana Skullish. Page turn. Thank you. Step 1, inspect body. Step 2, investigate the crime scene and collect evidence. Step 3, interrogate suspects. And that was actually going to be my route because it makes sense, right? You look at the crime scene to gather evidence. I mean, I'm not even trying to read what's on the page, but no. How are you supposed to interrogate suspects if you haven't seen the crime scene? Because you don't know the questions to ask. So we could go to talk to Esmeralda right now and you know, ask stuff, but until we see the crime scene, it's hard to really know what to ask somebody. So we're gonna go to the crime scene next and you know, start gathering that information. But we gotta talk to Aureus first because he'll give us the permission to do so. Actually, there's one other thing. I need to walk in shadows because I wanted to check this. Unidentified. Yeah, I think they're all empty, but had to check. Yeah, that looks empty too. Alright. Then that's good enough for now. So let's talk to Aureus.
What have we here then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Cyseal, but don't make waves and don't interfere with the Legion's affairs, you hear?
Yeah, so he's not super excited to see us. He sells men-at-arms skill books, though, which will be useful. So tell me about yourself, Aureus.
I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Cyseal. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. for I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into driveling hordes of their own misshapen number.
Well, that's nice. Let's discuss Jake's murder. That's what I'm here for.
Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Arhu not to bother. But he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot.
I like this music.
Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Arhu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary.
All right.
The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you!
Well, in regards to Jake's wife, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition.
All right then. Well, I'd like to ask you some additional questions while we're here.
If you must.
Your main problem's the undead?
Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Arhu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all we do. Were that I could break their backs once and for all.
How are you enjoying Cyseal?
How am I enjoying it? Are you spoiling for a fight, Hunter? Are you? Cyseal stinks of fish, reeks of orcs, and on a good day the wind disperses the stench of decomposing corpses. I can't remember the last time I had a proper piece of steak, and by now I retch at the mere sight of sardines. So in conclusion, I am not enjoying Cyseal.
Okay then. Sorry about that. You are the commander, so tell me about the Legion.
We are the pride of Riverlon, to be found and to be seen everywhere. We don't hide in the dark and lurk in corners like some I could mention. No, we protect the civilized from the barbaric, and we do so impeccably.
What, in your opinion, are the orcs doing on the beach?
I'd say they're looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Arhu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion.
Arhu tells me he suspects a sect might be at work around Cyseal.
Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next.
All right, well, I'll take my leave. And let's go over this way. Check out what's upstairs. I mean, I think we were told what's up here. But it's Arhu.
How can I help you, my friend?
I'll take my leave because that view is atrocious. Let's get a better spot to talk to you.
How can I help you, my friend?
And he sells pyro, kinetic, and geomancer. Okay. So how about you tell me a bit more about yourself, Arhu?
What would you like to know?
Who, or rather what, are you?
Oh, I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast, and indeed I am both. My body, like any other, is bound to temporal decay. But my spirit is a speck of light that shone forth from the eternal sun that is the cosmic soul. My task upon this earth is to protect the heart of nature, the very antithesis of which is the intrigue spun by demons and directors of the dead. Hence my involvement in Cyseal. You see, my one desire is to witness a world in which every mother looks around her and purrs with calm contentment, for she knows that her chicks or children, her cubs or calves, will grow up without knowing the meaning of menace, the enfeeblement of fear. To my great regret, none of them purr as yet.
Do tell me a bit more about this cat trick of yours.
Oh, but that's not a trick.
Oh, he said this.
Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To
Yep.
try to be out in the night.
Yep.
To stalk.
He said all that.
Of course, it's handy to speak in more than meow.
Isn't it dangerous to polymorph like you do? What if you get stuck in another form?
Oh, that'll never happen. Granted, a witch could make the polymorph permanent if she'd enchant me in my cat guise, but I'll just have to be careful around witches, won't I? I'm my own wizard, you know, and I don't intend to become anyone's familiar.
Let's talk about Source Hunter business.
By all means.
Let's discuss Jake's murder.
Of course. I hope your investigation fares well.
What happened the night of the murder?
I can but piece together what few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon joined by a man who had been nursing the same cup of wine for hours. I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. Soon after, a terrible commotion erupted and the thundering light of magic was witnessed by the few remaining patrons. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally he did, he found Jake there, dead. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. Source, no doubt.
Who, in your opinion, are the suspects?
I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda. Now, it may well be established that she is, in fact, the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that if I really thought this murder case would be so very easily resolved, I wouldn't have sent for source hunters.
Is there more you can tell me about the strangers that seem to be in league with the Orcs?
I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming up with a terrier in a hurry.
I have a few questions about Cyseal.
And what might those be?
What can we do about the undead that threaten Cyseal?
Those who are raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn or simply burn the midnight oil, I haven't spied a single soul worthy of true suspicion. The enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. And yet, I am somehow convinced that you may succeed where the Legion and I have failed. Call it instinct.
You seem to have a bit of an... I can't say that. You seem to have a bit of an orc problem, do you not?
You have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But to the Legion, they are green-skinned death incarnate. Until they conclude what mischief they intend to see through, or less likely, they are conclusively defeated, we can but bar the gates and hole up like mice while the cats are on the prowl.
And how did you design those magical ballistae of yours?
Oh, a mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerating source of destructive magic to it, and Bobcat's your uncle.
Okay then. Seems straightforward enough, doesn't it? There's a lot of stuff in here. And I think it'll be fun to grab all of this, but I don't want to do it right now. I don't feel like doing it at the moment. We'll have plenty of chances to come back here. What the hell is going on over here, though? That's a big-ass gem. I can't interact with it. Yeah, we're gonna have to rob Arhu blind at some point. It's gonna be amazing. Alright. So we got as much information as I really can right now on the murder without going and talking to Esmeralda, which doesn't really make sense. Let's talk to Selenia on the way by.
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes if ever there was one.
I do know she has something for us.
I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success.
But before we get onto that, with whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Lieutenant Selenia at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second in command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than he is. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Cyseal is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction.
Well, let's discuss the undead.
The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Cyseal after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can. The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death.
Alright, that's good to know. West, weak. WW. Alright, so, yeah, I'd like to talk about some matters concerning the Legion.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you.
Let's discuss the expeditions into hostile territory that you mentioned.
If ever we want to be victorious in Cyseal, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, none of their participants have returned. 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all.
Let's talk about the lighthouse.
There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night.
That's too spooky for me.
The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen Legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety.
So, about the burial mounds?
There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say? A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them.
Let's discuss the old church.
There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Cysealians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery. All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition.
You mentioned a pact that you made with your Legionnaires.
So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many Legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
Alright, take my leave. It's a lot of good info. As I was saying before we got there, though, we've pretty much got everything we can without investigating the murder scene itself. So let's head over here to the King Crab Inn, which is where it all took place. And let's check things out. See what's going on over here. Ah, I understand why the well is like that. You can put buckets in there to get water. And then you can use that for crafting. It's good stuff. And this is the King Crab Inn.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the Source Hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Cyseal is abuzz about. The talk of the town. The juiciest grape on the grapevine. Such a pleasure to meet you. A delight. No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity indeed.
And you are?
Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved lives, to be sure, but today I changed them.
You're not worried about the undead out and about?
They call the undead a problem, my friend, but those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities. An enterprising spirit can wrench riches from cold dead rocks, or from cold dead full stop.
Alright then, about that opportunity you mentioned.
Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every one of us. So first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you like adventure?
Yes, I love it. Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not?
Quite right. Adventure is...
is what we live for.
You and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. The thrill of walking the unbeaten path. The rush of finding yourself in a goblin ambush, knowing you'll prevail nonetheless. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now, between you and me, tell me truthfully, don't you sometimes wish you could earn more?
Every day. Well, I can't say that I haven't.
And I can't say that I have. I'm content with what I have.
Ooh.
Well, don't quarrel about it on my account. Still, if a matter is divisive...
That gave me egotistical. That sucks.
Mainly because it is alluring. And riches are so very alluring. Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety? Without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that. And at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own shots? Be your own boss?
It is better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
I I disagree. I, for one, am content with my station.
It's going to be independent and whatever the other one was.
You disagree with one another, but that proves you are firm-willed, that you have the minds of independence, not dependence. Admit, life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding. Am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream, enact the change you deserve. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it.
Tell me more about the Fabulous Five.
Ah, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Riverlong. Our mission, to better the world. Our mantra, to better ourselves as we do so. To realize our dreams and cleanse our souls. You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. But if not, how about we get started?
So, what is it that members of the Fabulous Five actually do?
What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow, sharp as a switchblade. Most meritorious of you. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship, to join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. I shall be the one to give you your first contracts, and once the job is done, I shall see to it you get your fair share of the reward. Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship, you will get a share of the reward from their contracts too. Isn't that wonderful?
It's a bit of a pyramid scheme.
By now, the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another, cheer one another, see each other through thick and thin, partake in glory and defeat. Work hard, fulfill contracts, enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Riverlong. You will make the stars shine all the brighter. And you'll get fabulously wealthy in the process. What's not to like?
All right, I'd like to enlist.
Of course, of course, of course. All you need to do is sign this waiver, and just like that, snap! You're part of the family. All I need is your lovely little autograph. What do you say?
All right. Join a guild, better the world, earn a lot of gold. Yeah, count me in.
And me. May all the riches in the world be ours.
I thought she wasn't worried about all that.
Marvelous. Magnificent. Oh, but what am I saying? Fabulous is the word.
I thought she was content.
You may not realize it yet, but your fortunes, your very life is about to change for the better. So let us not dilly-dally. To business. Your first assignment is ready and waiting if you're ready and willing.
All right, tell me more about the Fabulous Five.
What more is there to say, my friend? You are one of us now. A proud member of the even prouder Fabulous Five. Glory be, for glory has found you.
All right, and tell me about my assignment.
Oh, it's a pretty straightforward task, this one. Now, in this town dwells a wizard. Arhu is his name, and he's a frightful eccentric.
It all comes back to Arhu.
You know the kind. Favors reason over faith and all that. Not Fabulous Five material, him. His experimental weapons may keep a couple of skeletons away from the city, but many of his other researches failed, malfunctioned with tragic consequences. One of them was a big lumbering apparatus, a frightful automaton shaped like a giant made of steel. It was supposed to crush the undead by the dozens, piloted as it was by a trained Legionnaire. But you can guess what happened. Did it become sentient? Was it cursed? Whatever the cause, the thing relieved itself of its pilot and headed north towards a network of caves. Now ask yourself, what if it comes back? It could smash the city walls and claim 100 lives before being subdued. Luckily, there are those in this world who belong to the Fabulous Five. The braves who eat such monstrosities for breakfast. Go, my friend. Find this wizard's abomination and claim your just reward from Mayor Cyseal in the name of our hallowed guild. Easy money.
Alrighty. Thank you for 10-minute dialogue. I knew that was going to happen, but that man can talk your ear off. He's worse than me. You have the Duke of Farrell here. We've heard about him.
Hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Tell me about yourself.
I am the Duke of Farrell. Though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now.
I've heard quite the story involving you and Esmeralda.
Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived. As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be. Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection.
He got mad at us.
He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder.
Well, what do you know about Jake's murder?
It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Chancellor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wished the man harm.
All right. Let's see. Are you a waitress?
A source hunter. I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot.
Ooh, she's talking shit. So you're the waitress around here.
Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest.
Were you here the night of Jake's murder?
I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream's been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in. I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her, damn my eyes, but I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodgers. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open, but I was paralyzed with fright.
All right, some valuable information. All right, so yeah, we're finally here at the inn, and I don't know what's going to happen, but we're going to give it a shot anyway, because even though I had intended to go ahead and check this out now, it's probably best if we check it out next time. It didn't work! Oh well, it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Look at me. I exist once more. I've been here the whole time. Yeah, so we're gonna call this the end of stream 1. and I'll be back tomorrow with more of this. We'll basically get started immediately. Stop talking in my ear. It's weird how loud they are on my end. It feels like they're talking too loud, and I'm competing with them, but I know I'm not, like, based on the volume in the mixer. Anyway, where was I at? So, yeah, I had intended to kind of get through this next section, but it's been about 4 hours. About 3.5 of those were gameplay when you factor in talking at the beginning and character creation. And it really puts us in a good spot where we can start out next time really getting into this murder investigation and seeing where it takes us, you know, what it leads to. I'm sure it's going to be interesting. And, you know, of course, there's this whole combat thing and all that we haven't done in a while. So, it's very interesting because you could spend a lot of time here in the city, as we've seen, without really doing combat. Depending on the kind of quests and everything that you decide to do, you can still level up, of course, right? You're getting experience for it, and you're leveling up, you're getting stronger, despite not having to do combat, which I really like that. So we're gonna be doing all the stuff here. So we'll pop in next time. We'll kind of finish talking to the patrons here, getting what info we can, and then actually checking out the murder scene. And again, just following this case where it leads us should be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to be playing this. I've been wanting to play this again for a while, and you know, it's finally happening. It's going to be good to sit down and give this game another run. This will be my 3rd playthrough. I played it once on my own. Okay, it gets more complicated. I played it once on my own. I played about halfway through with Captain Copperbeard, and that fell apart because of work schedules and stuff. Then I played it all the way through with another friend, and then Copperbeard and I started it last year in the summer, and we got a little bit further than where I'm at right now on one stream, and then that was it because we both took hiatuses, and well, his hiatus is permanent. I'm obviously back. So I've been itching to replay it again, hence why we started it up last year, and I'm glad to be doing it. As I always say, thank you to everybody who, you know, showed up, whether you're lurking, chatting, masturbating, whatever you like to do while you watch the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Glad you could be here for this journey as I start this game. And I do hope to see you next time. If you are new here and you like what you see, please consider hitting that follow button. It's free, doesn't cost you a dime. If you're watching on the YouTube VOD and you're still listening, please consider hitting like, subscribing, hit that notification bell, leave a comment if you're so inclined. I greatly appreciate all that. Said that strangely today. It's fine. I'm tired. It's late. Local time is 21:44. Been up since like 6:30 or something, so, you know, it's getting to that point. I'm tired. Anyway, yeah, all that fun stuff on YouTube also is free and doesn't cost a dime, so yeah, I greatly appreciate it. But that's about it. My normal streaming schedule here is Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Today being a Thursday means I will be back tomorrow at, I aim for about 17:30 Central, but who knows, with like working out and stuff, I might be a bit late, but we'll see. See what happens. But I think tomorrow's going to be a really exciting session of this game, because I don't want to say we're necessarily done with like city stuff, but we've got a little bit of the boilerplate out of the way. Not that I don't enjoy it, I actually love the slow burn of the intro to this game. We got a little bit of the boilerplate out of the way, and some, you know, some more stuff's going to be able to start kicking off. We're going to be able to probably go out of the city and do some combat and stuff. So it's going to be pretty exciting, so I'm looking forward to it. So hope to catch you guys then, and until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy. Also, I'm trying this thing where I keep the webcam off for this game, if you obviously hadn't noticed. Switch to it for little interludes and stuff. But I feel like there's so much going on the screen. I feel like it works well with a game like this to not have a webcam. I don't know. Might switch it up at some point during the course of the playthrough, but for now I kind of like the way it feels. We'll see. But anyway, until then.
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Oh, those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?